Good morning.
Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Who's that? Huh? Khalifa. Khalifa. Off.
Hello, mic check.
Hello. 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 Good morning. ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಝೂಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಯಾವಾಗ ಬರೋದು ಸರ್ ಅದು ಝೂಮ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ನೋಡ್ತೀನಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಹಾಂ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ನೋಡಿ ಸಾಕಲ್ಲ ಯಾವುದು ಹೀಗೆ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಂತ
ಡಬಲ್ ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದಲ್ಲ
ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಹೀಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇಷ್ಟಲ್ಲ
Good morning, madam.
ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಸರ್.
Good morning.
ಸರ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇದು ರೆಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಸರ್. ಜಸ್ಟ್
ಒಂದು 10 ನಿಮಿಷ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬರಲಾ?
ಒಂದು 5 ಮಿನಿಟ್ಸ್ ಸರ್. 10 ಮಿನಿಟ್ಸ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬನ್ನಿ ಸರ್. ನಾನು
ಓಕೆ. ಲಾಗೌಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ಲಾ ಅಥವಾ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳ ಏನು? Hello. Hello, am I audible?
ಸರ್
ಮೇಡಮ್
ಸರ್ ಒಂದು 5 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲೇ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಸರ್.
ಮಾಡಿ
Yes, yes.
I'll be online.
Okay.
Take your own.
Thank you.
Don't worry. Take your own.
Okay. Guru sir. Hello.
Yes, madam.
Sir, shall we start, sir?
Yeah, why not? I'm waiting.
Yes.
An investment in knowledge always pays the best interest, says Benjamin Franklin. A very good morning to all the hungry minds gathered online in Zoom and YouTube from past 6 days to empower oneself with knowledge. I, Professor Mohammad Hafiz MK, Department of CSE, welcome you all to the Day 6 and the final day of online short-term training program on machine learning for societal applications. Before we begin with the training program, I would like to kindly remind all participants to mute your audio and video for the smooth flow of the program. Session details. Morning session we have from 9:30 to 10:45 by Dr. D.S. Guru, Professor, Department of CS, University of Mysore, and Senior Research Scientist on sabbatical, Nemo Technologies Private Limited, Bangalore, who will be talking on the topic Research Avenues in Machine Learning. 10:45 to 11, we have question and answer session, followed by a break from 11 to 11:45. From 11:45 to 12:15, we have the validatory function, which will be followed by feedback and quiz. So if participants are having any queries during the session, kindly post it in the chat window only. It will be conveyed to the speaker during the question and answer session by our coordinators. Attendance link will be shared in Zoom and YouTube chat window only, and participants are requested to submit your attendance. A man can only attain knowledge with the help of those who possess it. This must be understood from the very beginning. One must learn from him who knows, says George Ivanich. So here we are fortunate enough to listen to one more mesmerizing session by Dr. D.S. Guru, Professor, Department of Computer Science, University of Mysore, and Senior Research Scientist on sabbatical, Nemo Technologies Private Limited, Bangalore, on the topic Research Avenues in Machine Learning. He has already ignited the minds of all the participants with his previous session on feature selection approaches. Without any further delay, I, on behalf of Department of CSE, PACE, and participants gathered online, wholeheartedly welcome the Guru of Research Community to enlighten us with this authoritative lecture. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Mohammed. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
I think you can now see the slides which I shared.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm very happy to come back to the FDP program. Good morning to you one and all. So, dear participants, I am really sorry that I come back to disturb you for another 90 minutes. And Professor Mohammed, in the beginning of his speech today in the morning said, "Welcome to all hungry minds." Yes, of course, you were so hungry probably on last Monday when the program was initiated. And having attended marathon talks, lectures by eminent scholars for the last 1 week, probably now in this today pleasant morning, you're not hungry, you may be angry against us. Right? So I don't want to, I don't want to check.
We are privileged to have you again, sir.
I don't want to check your patience, how patient you are in hiding your angriness, but still, I'm not a man of giving away any opportunity to speak to the audience, right? I love speaking. I love teaching. I enjoy talking to people, exploring various avenues, especially addressing the people who are in need of some topics for exploration, for discussion, towards contributing their own ideas and science behind machine learning, especially. So, and when the coordinator, Dr. Sharmila, called me up and said, she wanted me to spend a session on opportunities in machine learning, I readily accepted, because it is really an opportunity even for me too, to highlight some of the important issues which still require the attention of the researchers today. But having seen, and attended a couple of lectures for the last 1 week myself, sat through many lectures of eminent scholars, and almost every speaker, right? Almost every speaker on all days have explored and highlighted, many avenues, opportunities in the field of machine learning for you to dig out further. Probably I understand that this talk would be a redundant talk. So if I use my own method, what I explained in feature selection, eliminate, duplicate features, something which is redundant is supposed to be thrown out. Probably if I apply that method on my lecture content, probably it appears to be a redundant, because Dr. Nagendra Swami spoke about method of classification, and Shekhar went on explaining feature transformations, and while explaining them, they also highlighted a couple of interesting avenues for you. And then Professor Nagbhushan, especially on the day of inaugurating this a week FDP program, while giving his keynote lectures, he highlighted various aspects, keeping in mind document image posing. So I, in a smart way, in an intelligent way, I avoided the slides related to document image posing, as I felt it is needless to speak about opportunities in document imaging. And number two, yesterday also Dr. Dinesh, especially in the second session, he has also highlighted a couple of interesting research problems related to automation of industry requirement, industry automation. So I also have taken out a couple of slides which I plan to present related to industry automation from my lecture content, because they appear to be redundant. I just have thought of keeping a couple of slides which were not touched upon for the last 1 week to the maximum extent possible. And my interest is just to give you a kind of philosophical views on challenges and avenues without explaining you the method of solving, without letting you know how well one can attain the solution to these problems which will be highlighted during my lecture. So my interest is just to go for a walk, showing you various corners in machine learning. Of course, not only the domain applications of machine learning, but also the science of machine learning. Once you understand, once you are so thorough in the science of machine learning, perhaps you can create your own machine learning approaches. You can contribute in your own way. You can also even think of your own application for machine learning, right? So I just start with the philosophical views on machine learning. Why machine learning? Of course, without getting into the definition of machine learning, because many speakers went on defining the term called machine learning in their own views. So with this background, let me just move on to the next slide. So initially, every system is expected to be intelligent. Professor Naresh, Nagbhushan sir has narrated in his own way what is intelligent computing. Let me not repeat it, but look at the slides here, a couple of pictures which I am displaying. Probably on the top right, you see, a man in a field, doing kind of cultivation with the support of an animal called ox. And below that, you will have people riding horse. Probably the horse cannot be used for the first purpose, and whereas the cow or ox cannot be used for riding purpose. Please understand the philosophy behind it. And in the middle, you see police people holding, the dogs, which can be used for crime detection. And dogs are generally used for, surveillance applications in residences. I just use the dog for the purpose of security. And look at on the left side, you have a picture of a donkey carrying goods. Look, cars are not generally used to carry the goods, whereas donkeys are used for it. I mean, what I am indirectly telling you that our ancestors were so good, when they started picking up some good things from the nature. So they realized that, instead of myself alone working for a task of my interest, if myself alone, struggling a lot to live comfortably, well, it's good if I can take a support of others, right? When the man wanted to take a support of others, then he also has thought of taking up support from a non-human being like animals, which were in a position to possess natural intelligence. Please understand here, right? So then he just went on catching hold of every individual animal which you could control, which generally called them as domestic animals, and then went on giving them a specific training. I mean, there was nothing like an animal which is a general purpose animal which can be used for all purposes of a humankind, right? But an animal can be used for only a specific purpose. So that during that time, the human beings were giving trainings to those naturally intelligent animals. But today we are talking about an analog, in an unlazy way, right? In a similar way, we are talking about giving trainings to a non-living entity called computer. The way in which the ancestors have identified every individual animal for an individual task, corresponding task. Similarly, now we are going to dedicate our computers for completely for a specific purpose, right? I mean, gone are the days, when we were talking about general purpose computers. Today, we are going to think about a personally styled end computing system, right? I got to dedicate my server. I got to dedicate my laptop only for a purpose of face recognition, only for the purpose of video processing, only for the purpose of surveillance application, only for the fingerprint identification. Look at this is what today we are talking about. I mean, I see a big correspondence between the way in which our ancestors used to live and the way in which we are trying our life better, right? So this is, you have to keep in mind, you cannot think of it. And this is what Professor Nagbhushan also has stressed upon during his keynote lecture. We cannot think of we cannot think of a generalized algorithm which suits multiple domains. The algorithm which is designed for handwritten character recognition, that cannot be used for online signature verification. Online signature verification model cannot be used for offline signature verification model, right? So this is a thing that we have to keep in mind. So this is what is called animals learning, but today we are talking about machines learning. That's all the difference, So we have to give training to the computing system and see that the system start learning on its own and then exhibiting. That's what I call it as artificial intelligence, right? Artificial intelligence is any attempt towards programming a computer so that computer starts exhibiting some degree of common sense, right? So look at, if I just narrate with a small example of, I have a program. The program reads an input number and check whether that number is a prime or not. I just write a simple program. Then I say a computer has some intelligence in declaring a given number is prime or not a prime, right? Then what do? I don't want to program it exclusively. Instead, I have set of prime numbers. I have set of non-prime numbers. I have about 100 prime numbers. I have about 100 non-prime numbers. Then I give both the data sets to the computer. I want computer to understand how are these prime numbers related to each other and how are these non-primes related to each other. How are these are non-related, right? Mutually, a prime and a non-prime. What is the degree of differences? What is the degree of likelihoodness among the prime numbers, among the non-prime, and how they are? If the system is allowed to automatically learn on its own and then draw a line of separation and understand that these are all not divisible by another number, but these are all composite numbers, then I understand that the system exhibits some learning ability, right? And that's what is called machine learning. I mean, attempt towards automation of artificial intelligence is what is called machine learning, right? What is called machine learning? It is an approach to AI. It is learning to learn, right? It is basically for pattern classification, for pattern clustering, and so on and so forth. But today, we are moving towards generalized to personalized. Within personalized, in my own computing system, I want that computer to be more specialized, right? I mean, first, one interest is to acquire knowledge. Once the knowledge has been acquired, then I got to become experienced. Once I become experienced, I got to become a wise personality. That's what we are moving towards. We want our system to be more wise. We want our system to be more specialized rather than being only personalized, right? So look at, thank God that today we have got a very powerful teacher to allow the system to learn on its own, called deep learning, right? Because of its, ability in learning and ability in extrapolation from a known data to an unknown. And because it works in a bigger, feature space, that I will come to that little later. But deep learning is such a powerful tool today that most of the machine learning problem can be made really possible. So if I just touch upon the differences, of course, Dr. Dinesh has really put it in a wonderful way. In machine learning, conventional mode, we have an input and we sit ourselves decide what is the feature extraction scheme and then go for a classification. So here, feature engineering is manual. Feature engineering is supposed to be decided by the user. Which features, how many features, right? Which features and combination of features, which works better for this classification, which classification algorithm is really good, right? So that I can get the 100% result of what is expected. Instead of that, can we think of automating this feature extraction along with the classification? Fix up the classification algorithm and tune up your features. It's like a wrapping technique, right? I fix up a classification and that classification algorithm is a neural network. With respect to neural network, how do I selectively extract? How do I selectively choose? How do I extract features from this input data so that mapping can be become 100% accurate? That's what is the beauty of deep learning. So probably I feel that I must touch upon the science of machine learning in my own way. Look at basically any machine learning problem has got 4 different components. One is input space, the other one is output space, yet another is a mapping from input to output, right? So we have some pictures of cat and dog. Then output is whether it is a cat or a dog, right? Binary, cat or a dog, right? So whereas what is the mapping? And we have a loss function. So loss function is the 4th component. Then the task is to predict what is that mapping function H, right? Minimizing this loss function. So you have to compare what is expected result and what is the result produced by the system. If there is any difference, see that the difference is minimized, right? Optimization of it's basically an optimization problem. I mean, so here in this mapping, there can be possibly many mappings existing. There can be possibly many functions which take us from this input to output, right? Then you have to search for that most optimal solution in this space. That space can be as big as y power x, right? X is the size of this domain and y is the size of this domain. Then it is such a big space. In this big space, I'm looking for some HG, a ground truth, right? Which is really what I am in need of it. That's called HG. That HG point has got to be searched here. But while searching, we restrict ourselves to some specific subset of that, right? Of course, a machine learning task is to search for such most optimized something which is equal to or nearer to that HG expected in a restricted domain, a subset, in a subspace of that possible space, right? I mean, I have a possible solutions. Out of possible solutions, one is ground truth, and I am expecting my search algorithm to take me to that. Look at basically any application of machine learning is a searching problem, right? So in classical machine learning, we have the subspace to be very small, but in deep learning, we have the subspace to be as exhaustive as possible because we work with millions of parameters. When we have high number of parameters, obviously the possibilities to explore many number of functions for selection is high. So that's the difference between deep learning and a conventional classification or a machine learning approaches. In conventional classification, we have this space, whatever you see in a curve linear, the subspace is restricted, more stringent, whereas in case of deep learning, the space is too big, then the probability that this HG gets included in that space is very high. The moment that HG is a part of it, then the probability that I can hit the same what I wanted is also very high. Look, sometimes unfortunately, this is what is in this subspace, though HG is not there, but this is what is expected. But that's the error. And this is actually computed, my algorithm will give this point, and that is another error. And this is the most optimal practically I expected. The difference between them is another error, right? So this is what is one estimation error that talks about what is called overfitting error. The another one is what is called actual computable error. So but if you hit that optimized one expected, probably then you can ready. I mean, these differences or this distances is what is called the error, but ultimate job is to minimize that. That minimization is an optimization problem. Look at in a classical machine learning, generally it works in Euclidean space, generally, but not necessarily always. So, but in most of the 99%, we always talk in terms of Euclidean space, and we go with a linear hypothesis like W is some weight matrix, X is the input vector, and Y is the expected, output. When I multiply these two matrices, I get this output. So we always think in a linear way. So look at, these are all the problems. This is what is called a least square, regression, a supervised learning. This is a decision tree, another supervised learning, right? You just look at anywhere, but so SVM, support vector mission, where we have two classes, then the job is to find the line of separation which maintains equidistance, right, which maximizes this separation. So that's the support vector mission. So we work in this way. So basically we go with a linear, but unfortunately sometimes the classes may not be linearly separable. In that case, we go with the kernel functions. This is where I was talking about, sometimes for the purpose of reduction of features, we recommend initially feature enhancement, right? Don't suddenly go from n dimension to m, where m is smaller than n. Instead, you just take n to some n dash, where n dash is bigger than n. I mean, move from a 10 dimensional to 20 dimensional and then suddenly reduce it to 3 dimensional. That reduction may be more effective, right? Look at, so these are not linearly separable. Then you just map directly. Then I say it maps 2D to 2D. Whereas here, these are not linearly separable. You just map them into 3D. You see that these red dots will have some height, and the other dots will not have any height at all. Then you can see a plane separating their decision surface, separating these two classes. Once this decision surface could be thought of, then map or project all these red dots onto this perpendicular axis and project all these dots onto this. Then you will have a one-dimensional representation for this 2D, one-dimensional representation for this 2D. But that one dimension is not achieved directly, but that is achieved via 3D, right? That's the benefit of moving on to higher dimension and then suppressing back to a lower dimension. The kernel functions really do wonder today, and such functions are generally called non-linear functions. Anyway, in case of deep learning, of course, deep learning also exploits the beauty of Euclidean space, but it takes care of non-linear hypothesis space also. So today we are talking about fully connected networks for classification, and we have convolutional neural networks for feature engineering, right? For feature engineering, and we also talk about recurrent neural networks for taking care of a data which come in temporal, I mean in a time axis, right? So sequence analysis, and we also have a gallery of deep architectures like AICTE that Dr. Dinesh touched upon. ResNet, under ResNet we have variants of ResNet, right? Inception net, Google net. For detection purpose we have YOLO, Tiny Yellow, SSD, and so on. We have gallery. Look, wonderful. Deep learning is really working fine, and deep learning are the models of today's choice for any person who is working on machine learning. But please try to understand the science behind them. If I understand the real science behind this technology, probably instead of exploring only application for these, we can also think of modeling of these in your own way for a specific domain of your interest. So artificial intelligence enabling machines to think, whereas machine learning is training machines to get better tasks without explicit programming, and deep learning, it's one which can achieve that machine learning with an effective manner. I mean, look at on the other hand, Geoffrey Hinton has said that deep learning is an algorithm which has no theoretical limitations. Keep in mind, there is no theoretical limitations of what it can learn. The more data you give and the more computational time you provide to deep learning architecture, the better it does, right? That's what the hint. I mean, what is the problem now? The problem is how to get the data, right? How much data I'm supposed to generate? How do I generate? Is it really possible in a pragmatic scenario to get the data? If I get the large data, how to prepare the data? That is an opportunity for researchers today. That's a challenging issue for researchers today. We have many things related to this, like data quality. Data is generally not cleaned. You may get the data, but data is not processed. More time you spent on cleaning and preparing. Generally, you spend more time. And if a research scholar takes up something, then goes for data creation, probably he or she has to spend almost 3 to 4 years even only on data gathering, right? If that domain happens to be a new domain and no data set, no benchmarking data set is available for academic purpose, if one wants to create it, then you have to go for it. Look, Google permits a couple of applications like, conferencing, right? Video conferencing or text conferencing, messaging. Facebook allows you to use on free of cost. Strictly speaking, we are paying them indirectly because we are giving them a data, right? So they are indirectly collecting data and they are becoming rich in data. The moment one becomes rich in data, obviously a knowledge can be extracted out of it. To become knowledgeable, you are supposed to have a raw data, right? The raw data has got to be processed to extract the knowledge. Look, we are indirectly paying them. They are becoming knowledgeable. The moment one becomes knowledgeable, you will have a chance to become experienced. That's what is. So data is generally never clean. You have to clean it up, but then you have to spend a long time on it. How to reduce? Can I think of automating even the task of improving the quality of the data? That could be an opening issue for you people. So data quantity, huge requirement. Where and how? How do I get it? I want to work on, recognizing. I want to work on building up a model which is capable of recognizing all species of flowers, all species of fauna. Where do I get the data? How do I collect the data, right? This is really a challenging issue. Then I may be so good in collecting data within Mysore city. In Mysore city itself, I may have sufficient data, but unfortunately, lack of domain knowledge, puts me into a real difficulties. Then I got to approach a concerned domain expert, but the domain expert may not be interested in my application. This is what is happening with medical data, right? We can get the medical data, but we don't have an opportunity to get the labeled medical data, because most of the medical practitioners, medical doctors are not that interested in exploring technology for there, right? But they end up only practicing it. Data explainability, how relevant? Who decides? On what basis do you decide, right? What is the guarantee that there is no bias? Privacy, confidentiality of the data, right? When you think of deploying a machine learning algorithm so that you keep a camera which watches who are all entering into your residence, right? Let's assume that. Then you want somebody who want to meet you in person so that it will not be exposed to anybody. Then how do you take care of it? What is the privacy? The data privacy is another issue. So how do I believe my AI technology? What is the guarantee? Most of the times, even we don't believe our own good friends, in making up decision. I don't believe my own close friends in, helping us. How do I believe the AI technology, which is simply programmed, Should I accept blindly the outcome of AI technology? AI says that, Guru, your good friend has come in. Let your door automatically get opened. What is the guarantee that AI has not gone wrong? That is what building trust. That has given a birth to a new field in AI technology. Investment. Technology is too expensive today. Of course, day by day it's becoming cheaper and cheaper, but still it is very expensive, especially for Indian scenario, right? So is that really a complementary we are looking for, or supplementary tool? Most of the times we talk about as if we are replacing human being. Definitely not. Cannot be. However, online FDA program, FDP program you conduct, it is not a replacement for offline program, right? Dr. Shekhar narrated in his own way, beautiful way. He directly said, I don't, go with online. I don't love it. I really be happy with offline, FDP. Of course, can we think of integrating them? I mean, there's nothing like, complementing, but it is supplementary. But look, whatever you do, expectation is too high. Not all know the function of AI, right? I know the function of AI. I know the difficulty of AI, but others, a conventional, common man doesn't know anything about AI. And if I say that I give some tool, it works, his expectation is too high. He expects as if I am giving a good friend for him, right? To that extent, we have got to take up our AI. We have to take up our machine learning, so that machine learning will make a computer as if I'm working with a human being. I should never feel that I'm working with a computing system. Instead, I should feel that I'm working with my good friend, as if I am working with a human being, right? So these are all the many challenges. So problems, if you keep it on shoulder, then it appears to be a problem. If you keep it on your foot and walk on it, then appears to be an opportunity. Look, dears, on the other hand, you have to remember, most of the tasks do not require deep learning. The moment you hear any problem, nowadays it has become a common practice that, is there any deep learning architecture so that I can solve it? Most of the tasks today do not require deep learning. Especially you think of anything that you really face from morning to evening, wherever you take either the support of your good friend, or the support of your kids, or the support of your parents, or the support of your, any animal, can that be automated? Can that be automated means what is the common sense behind it, and can that common sense be inculcated into the computing technology? When you attempt to do that, then don't necessarily go with deep learning. First think of what is the scalability of the problem. If the problem is not that scalable, don't go for deep learning. Most of the problems can be solved with classical machine learning approaches itself, effective way, right? There is nothing like fully automated tool. You remember that also. This is a note for you to remember as long as you continue working on machine learning, right? So there is nothing like fully automated tool, semi-automation. In one or the other way, you got to interfere, right? All models are not true, believe it. All models are not true, though some are useful, right? Faithfulness on outcome of AI tool, that's an explainable AI, right? I will come to that. Faithful on outcome of AI is equally important. So these are all some opportunities in general and challenges for you people. So you can, these are all some common across all domains, all research topic that you work on. So explainable AI is something like, I consult a doctor. Doctor gives me a prescription. So if I am not that worried, then what do? I just follow his prescription. And most of the times, what do we do? If doctor diagnoses something, then I may have my own doubt about the doctor's ability. Then I interact with the doctor, right? Doctor, how did you decide that? What is the guarantee of it? Don't you think that you just ask questions with the doctor? If not with that same doctor, you go to another doctor for second opinion, right? Then one doctor says yes, another doctor says no, I am confused, right? One doctor says yes, another doctor says no, I'm confused. I go to the third doctor, then third doctor says yes. Then just because these two doctors' decision is same, should I go with that? Then I'll ask them a question. What has really made you to decide it is yes? What has really made you to decide it is not? No, right? It is no. Then doctors will explain me, right? Similarly, in AI technology, instead of giving input here and then passing it through, especially in deep learning, through a sequence of convolution operations and pooling operations, and finally end up being within class label, can I tap that architecture in between? Can I tap that architecture in between and finally understand why this AI model has taken up this decision, has generated this class label? What is the reason for it? Hope you are understanding. So that AI says that I had seen a car. This is a car. What is the guarantee that it is a car only, but not a jeep? Why it has taken up a decision like it is car, not a jeep? It has decided that looking at this medical, chest X-ray, that it is a COVID-19 infected chest X-ray. Why the system has taken such a decision that this is an X-ray of a COVID-19 infected person? What is the reason for it? Can that AI also generate some textual message, right? Some clues for its making decision. I mean, then I understand that it is moving from local to global learning, right? Reasoning out the judgment, not just believing with the judgment, right? Look, dear friends, it's not that somehow you have to conduct the experiment and then generate the results and tabulate. It is your interest. It is your, important responsibility to reason out what the results you generated, why that result has come. And if you can explain it, can that explanation process be automated? I'm not just simply talking about yourself sitting and then generating the text message. If you have understood why such a decision has been taken up, can that explanation process be automated? Can another deep learning be brought in so that that alternate deep learning will learn the deep learning making decision, right? Here is deep learning number one. Here is a deep learning number two. This deep learning number two responsibility is to understand how this deep learning one works, in what sequence it works, what are the different steps it has undergone through, what are the convolution operations which has been done, right? For this specific input, I mean, it has to exhibit dynamic behavior for every input, and based on that, it has got to understand why the decision has taken by this model, right? On this input that has got to be generated. Now I'm looking at such a most intelligent AI working on another AI. That's what is called AI with AI, right? So that's another branch in today in artificial intelligence called explainable AI. So opportunities and challenges recently because of COVID-19. I think I just have explained a bit of this in the last lecture, the day before yesterday, when I was talking about feature selection. So face recognition system, I said, we deployed a wonderful face recognition model which worked for thousands of people before March. but we use deep learning architecture where we extracted 128 features, but 128 features have been extracted by considering the entire face image. I mean, those each one of those features of 128 is a function of all pixels of my face image, right? And then, but generally, then soon after COVID-19 infection, then people started appearing with a mask. Then the problem now is in a scenery, people are coming in, but everybody is with a mask. It is to detect mask, people with mask, people without mask. If people are with mask, then it has to understand that this is a person is with a mask. Then how do I differentiate a face with a mask and face without a mask? That is a mask detection, right? Once mask detection is done, look at, we also have conducted an experiment on face mask detection data set with so many examples and so on, but we have used a mobile net V2 with accuracy of 97%, right? Once that face with mask is detected, look, we also conducted another experiment on mask classification on a reasonably a good data set of 2000 plus subjects, subjects. We tried with the different deep learning architectures with these accuracies, right? I'm just simpling, I'm presenting and then skipping over. I mean, you still have a scope to think of your own model, but the COVID-19 is a temporary situation. It may be there for another 6 months to 1 year, but we require a technological based solution to solve the problem. Quick way of solving the problem, right? People started coming with a, already a face recognition model is deployed. People started coming with a face with, mask. Then the system should never go wrong. Still, I expect the system to recognize the person even if they come with a mask, right? Then I explained you a subsetting, right? So if there are 128 features explaining entire face, can there be a subset of them, which explain only this, which represent only this? Can we think of that, right? So sometimes a person only top, can I think of? Obviously, because this deep learning features are not, features selected, they are the features extracted because of convolution operation, and that convolution operation because of multiple levels, every feature happened to be a function of entire face image. That's the real difficulty we just face. This I presented you in the last lecture itself. Let me skip. Now this is what, can we think of some alternative model other than the feature subsetting? What is that alternative model? You think of a CNN, convolutional neural network, to map both onto the same encodings. I mean, I have 128 encodings for the full face. Similarly, now extract only the top region of the face. If there is a mask, extract that and generate 128 vectors, 128 encodings. And now we have 128 encodings representing the whole face. We have 128, encodings representing only the part of the face which is visible. Now, can I think of another convolutional neural network so that these two can be mapped onto the same encodings at the next level? Then the face recognition becomes so simple. When the person appears, check with whether he is with a mask or not a mask. Then if it is with a mask, go with this way of reaching this. Otherwise, go with this alternate way of reaching. Then work with two parallel systems, right? So that's what the alternate. Or you can even think of regenerating two types of encodings. So go with one, go with another 128, right? And then keep both of them in the library. So then when person comes in, decide whether it is with a mask or without mask. With a mask, match against this. Without mask, match against this. This could be another way of solving the problem. But still, this requires now to build up 100% face recognition model. Because of this COVID-19, all the people who are used to work with fingerprint-based attendance now are hesitating to touch the fingerprint sensor because it is a COVID-19 situation. I don't like to touch any surface at all that others have touched. Hence, no fingerprint-based attendance taking system can be used now. Only a touchless system like face recognition-based system can be believable and trustworthy for COVID-19 situation. But unfortunately, now the people are coming with a portion of the face. Only portion of that is visible. Other portion is not visible, right? Only eye area is visible. That you have got to solve. Some more related to face features could be, selectively choosing the best views in real time application. Look, here is a camera, surveillance camera. People are walking in like railway station. I want to recognize people in railway station. I want to recognize people in airport, right? So there are many people rushing in, right? So then capture a video, take up the, detect the face and then extract the face. Instead of that, should I go with all views? No, you have to selectively choose the best view, a front view or a side view, right? Which is the best view? How do I decide in real time? By the time your system take decision, the man should not walk out of that, the flow. That you have to speed up. Gender classification in real time. That helps in indexing people, right? Supporting the faster way of recognizing. Age estimation to support near search. In airport, I want to quickly, identify the people of age, senior, citizens. Senior citizen, then system should automatically find the positive, potential people who are of age greater than 60, right? Roughly, then estimate, search for those people, right? It's a lot when it is like a railway station. That's very important, right? Large pool. Think in a realistic scenario. This is current requirement because of this COVID. We are into online classes. I'm sure there are about 40 plus participants attending my lecture officially. Dr. Sharmila has got a list of people who have appeared. They have logged in, but I'm not sure that all of you are really listening my lecture, right? 50% are really serious in listening and watching my video. And other 50 must have kept, your video muted and audio muted. And sometimes you may not be in front of the computer. You are doing something, or you may be attending somebody's mobile call, right? Who knows? Look at here. Here is a kid, very serious kid, studies, online education. Look at this kid. He has kept the system on and started sleeping, right? Started sleeping. How do I authenticate? How do I take into account? But in a conventional offline education, I can see that every participant is seated at least physically, number one. Number two, even if physically they are attending, then I can monitor them whether they are really alert or not. If not alert, I can make them alert. But that's not possible I'm just talking myself as if I'm a madman, right? That's an online classes. But today, can we use the technology? The job is now, see that here in front of Sharmila madam, everybody's face is appearing. But unfortunately, we keep the video muted because it takes away the bandwidth. The speed will come down. Look at, instead of that, can we think of an application? Can we think of an app like Zoom app? The moment a participant registers for or logs into the system, then automatically his laptop or his mobile or his computing system, camera is on. The moment the camera is on, it continuously captures the video without bringing into the notice of the participant. But every video frame will not be transferred to the server of Mangaluru University where Sharmila madam is seated. Instead, I want the system to do certain edge computing. Can I make your individual computer so intelligent so that it continuously monitor you people and take the account of your attendance, right? In case if you go out, suddenly it sends me a signal that Dr. Guru so-and-so has just left the seat. Or you are listening and suddenly you go sleep. Then suddenly the system has to understand that without sending me the video, I'm not interested in with video. Instead, I want for every 1 minute, for every 5 minutes, an integrated textual message, right? Text message, an integrated. A kind of dashboard is displayed, kind of dashboard is designed. On the dashboard, there are participants. Against that participant, all along the time axis, how long you were alert, how many minutes you were out of your seat, how long you were seated in the seat but went on sleeping. So I want your system to automatically capture that information. That's what I call it as an edge computing. I don't want videos to be sent across so that I manually look at and take the accountability. Instead, I want my system, every individual, if you are 100 in number, parallelly such app is working on all 100 computers and doing a kind of edge computing, and that output of that edge computing is the knowledge that I wanted. So that it is as good as somebody is watching you at your residence. Somebody is watching you in your office, like an invigilator. So he is watching and then goes on recording. Can we think of that? Is a wonderful application for online education. If that application can be built up by you people, probably we can think of going with our online education, because attendance, not only we are taking up attendance, we are also monitoring. We are responsible for accountability. Look, in offline classes, teacher is responsible, right? Especially he is accountable for attendance of people attending his lecture. But even on online, I cannot, because I am not seeing anybody's face but yourself is responsible. But that's not believable. Then better to use the technology, so that technology monitors you, takes into account, your attendance in a continuous manner. Then every 5 minutes, every 30 minutes, I want an upgraded knowledge. And finally, after 1 hour of my lecture, I want attendance dashboard explaining who has attended how long. Then there must be some histogram like structure against every participant, right? Which gives me a knowledge on whoever attended, how long, and who is happy. Number one. Number two, there is somebody who is attending very serious, but finds it difficult to understand my lecture, my content, my language, my slide. He is so unhappy about that. And somebody is maybe happy. Oh, Guru is speaking so lovely. No, wonderful. I am really understanding it. Somebody may be so sad. Somebody may be so angry. So can we also integrate with that edge computing model a expression, identification, sadness, angriness, happiness, neutral, right? So if that could be also integrated all along, then the system can also do that as a part of edge computing and send it across the cable, only that text information that so and so out of 100 participants during your 1 hour of lecture, Dr. Guru, about 60% were sad, about 20% were so happy, about 10% went sleep, right? So 60 minutes lecture, there were 100 people attended. The cumulative minutes is like 6 and 60 and right? I mean 6,000 out of 6,000 minutes of your lecture. So this is what is the percentage of sadness, percentage of neutral, this. Can we do that? Wonderful for you. You think of that. So then Zoom cannot support that. Then you have to think of integrating such edge computing model with a Zoom, with the Microsoft team, right, and so on, so that parallelly it works along. Another interesting problem now is when we go for a large collection is this. This is more into a science, data social aspects of machine learning. Look, here is a person face who walks into my shop, for example, my office, or there is a retail shop, from morning to evening, there are thousands of people getting in, like railway station on the other end, thousands of lakhs of passengers getting into the railway station. Somebody reported at 9:30. My deep learning architecture has extracted, some encodings, right? Some like a feature vector. And that feature vector, I decided to go with some, let's say 10 clusters, keeping them into some clusters. Then I map this person onto a cluster C. I mean, clusters is nothing but I just have decided in the morning that I got to maintain these data in 10 buckets so that I can speed up my recognition activities. Then what do? I just keep this in some cluster C based on some classification. Then I use some formula to put it into a C. Then the same person will go out and come back and report at 11:21. I extract another different encodings, right? Because I'm extracting second time and he may be with a different poses. He may be with a different lighting condition. Now, the moment I extracted this vector, I do expect these two vectors also to map onto the same cluster C, right? So then he may report back again after 1 hour. Again, I will end up generating another set of encodings. Right? Then again, it has got to be mapped into the bucket. So as time processes, by evening, allow 1,000 lakhs of people. Then how to organize these vectors into buckets? Initially, now the question is, it's not a face recognition, please. Unknown person is entering into my shop today. He will come and we'll have a walk and walks out. Generally, we do that, when we go for shopping, we go to one shop, just look around and then come back. We go to the second shop, look around, come back. Again, we go to the first shop, right? After 1 hour. If somebody comes back to my shop second time after 1 hour, I understand that he has made some survey outside and he has realized that my shop is better than any other shop. And if I can attend to his requirement in a smooth way, in a royal way, perhaps I can catch hold of him, right? I want my system to understand that this is the same person who has come in second time. It's not that. This person's encodings is available and the system was trained yesterday. The system has got to learn now itself the moment he has taken up an entry first time and then walks out. Again, remembering him, then in which cluster, in which bucket is information is available, how to understand that he is a second time entering, he is the third time entering, and sometimes that knowledge is reposited. And last August 26th, he has come into my my shop, and he is coming today, and after 1 year, and he has purchased some beautiful earrings, right? He is a male, purchased a beautiful earrings, and I remember that he said, right? Yes, he is purchasing it for his wife's birthday. Now he has come in again in the same month, August. Probably he is interested in buying one more earrings, right? Or if not, a bangle, then I got to attend him. Then the system has to understand that he's the same person who has visited my shop last year. How do I? Then obviously, when it is lakhs of people matching against every reference vector is a time consuming, then I got to create clusters of those vectors, put them into bucket. It is basically a hashing function, which is the best hashing strategy which could be deployed, so that all encodings, different possible encodings of an individual get mapped onto the same cluster. I don't mind if multiple, faces of multiple people get mapped onto the same cluster, but I don't like the different instances of the same person to be mapped onto the different clusters, right? So a cluster, only 10, but 1,000 people are there. Obviously, many people will be mapped onto the same cluster, same bucket. But two different instances of the same person should not go to the different clusters. This is what we are going to take care. Thousands of people, lakhs of people. This is the basic fundamental, science behind machine learning. Anybody who is really fascinated towards data structure, indexing of data, can take up. This is a work which can be accomplished for the next 3 years, and looking for different ways of solving it could be a more theoretical discovery of knowledge of data indexing. Look, DS, we have been talking about this machine learning algorithm even when I was in master's education, but still we are talking about classification. The only difference is scalability, the voluminous, the volume of the data. When data is too big, we are going to inevitably go with better data indexing. Data structural aspect is the solution to that. Look at. So in COVID-19, we also had come across with one big issue called social distance violation. If people violate social distance, the probability that one gets affected if another one has COVID-19 is also high, right? So how do I maintain? In public sector, people are moving. Can we think of keeping some surveillance camera where surveillance camera will capture continuously, and if two people are going so close to each other or many people are going in the form of a cluster, can we give an alert suddenly as if there is a policeman? Or can we keep the drone camera capturing the picture of all roads of the city and then giving some alerts like there is a man watching, right? So here is one example, one instance of that video, which I specifically worked on this video. This is a Bangalore video of Bangalore city captured by drone. Look at social distance violation. Look at that caption. So there are many people working together, right? Working together, but unfortunately, everybody may not get a license to use drone camera today. I got to go with a license for AICTE, right? So instead of that drone camera, can we think of some surveillance camera deployed in different corners of the road, different junctions of the traffic, and see that we can continuously monitor people walking through, right? Walking. This is about 2 minutes or 1 minute camera. You can look at this. So identify. We have used extensively deep learning, but just direct usage of deep learning architecture doesn't work on this. We have to tailor it up, right? How did we do that? That's an interesting story. That's another research openings. I mean, of course, you may think that there are many deep learning architecture which I can use and solve my problem. No, definitely not. I get to search for them, suitable, one or two, and then integrate them so that your problem becomes really possible. So this is another, right? This is one more video where crowd detected and dispersed is also measured, right? Look at, if there are many people, more than 2 people walking together, then system detects as if it is a crowd and then gives an alert. These are real-time applications I'm talking about, right? Okay. So, and because of the deep learning architecture, you can tackle them, but only thing, you cannot think of adopting directly any deep architecture. Okay, that's not a research. Adopting existing tool and making your problem solved is not a research. If you want it to be a real research, either you can think of from point of view of coming out with your own loss function, from the point of view of coming out with your own bias function, from the point of view of coming out with your own convolution, addition layer or a deletion layer, right? You have to do something which is tailored, right, for your specific need. This is about 2 minutes, video. Let me not go with fully. So similarly, we are done on cough detection, right? Somebody is while walking, in a railway station, in a bus station, may cough. The moment he coughs, system should identify and catch him and take him into some room where he can be subjected for COVID-19 detection, because it's expected, it's an expectation. That doesn't mean that everybody who coughs is definitely infected, but we have to get him tested. But if somebody is coughing, we must be very careful. We want system to identify that. That's what is called cough detection. Then how do I differentiate man with a neutral face, man with a laughing? This is another expression. Coughing is expression. Sadness, angriness, neutral, happiness, laughing, and a coughing is another, right? Another gets added up into the problem. That's what. And then COVID-19 detection in X-ray images. So basically, a chest X-ray is given. Earlier, the people were talking about normal X-ray, normal chest, and infected X-ray. Under infected, bacterial infection and viral infection. Now, under viral infection, we have two things: COVID-19 viral infection, non-COVID-19 viral infection, right? So basically 4 class problems. So today we have got a large, very large corpus of chest X-ray of many people all around the globe. That's benchmarked also, available on web. Please search through. We made a successful attempt, with my colleagues. We made a successful attempt and we got it accepted in Computational Intelligence Journal, and it is in the last review. We are attending the minor comments raised by the reviewers. So COVID-19 detection X-ray, but this is very fast. We require it suddenly. Technology deployment is required so quickly now, and it will be existing only for. This is an applied research. We cannot expect an applied research to be there for a long time. Only fundamental pure research can can stay for a long years, like Newton's, like Pythagorean, right? But not this COVID-19 related machine learning approaches, and they will be in demand as long as COVID-19 continue existing. It's only for temporal, but need is there, right? So you can attend suddenly because if you feel that you are so strong in image processing, so strong in medical image analysis, and especially good at adopting machine learning algorithms, you can take up this and suddenly and solve it within a week and publish it, right? Publish it. So other challenges like taking up attendance of employees of retail shop, I told you already, that can be mapped onto a classroom attendance, taking up attendance in online, taking up attendance of students in offline, and so on. Detecting faces when background light is too bright, right? If background, friend, this light is good, you can detect my face, but if I show like this, it is so shadows. How do I take? What is an enhancement technique? No deep learning will work. A background, we tried with that. A person is entering into the shop, though we keep highly illuminating bulbs, tube lights in front of him, and because of the sun ray that in the east direction is entering, and that in the morning, so sun rays falls on his back and shadow is created. In spite of our highly illuminated lights, face is not clearly visible. In that case, your deep learning architecture will not help you. Only thing you have to do, pre-processing, a strong enhancement, effective enhancement technique, which is the best enhancement effective technique. Another mathematical aspects of deep learning is that, can we automate the task of every enhancement algorithm available in the literature with support of deep learning? No. Or can we design a deep learning architecture for enhancing a picture, right? Sharpening. Use multiple sharpens and combinations of them. Every convolution can be one sharpening operation. Like yesterday, Dr. Dinesh explained, Laplacian mask, Laplacian filtering, right? You take Laplacian filtering, you take a Sobel filter. Can we think of them as different convolution operations so that I can generate feature maps and combine them together for effective way of enhancing the picture, right? That could be, whatever you have in conventional image processing as a different enhancement technique, if everything can be thought of as a convolution, can be expressed in the form of matrix operation, then if you can integrate them together, then I can try with the possible combinations in different sequences that leads to a effective enhancement, right? So this could be another research opening, especially for the people. You don't require any data. You take up the available data, work on them. So Glassdoor detecting faces of people, recognizing royal customer. As I said, there is a new DC has been appointed into Mysore city yesterday. The old DC has been transferred to some other institute, and a new DC from Kulbarga is now being placed in Mysore city. He will report today probably. Then I am running a wonderful, shop. Probably he may like to visit me, or Mysore Palace he may like to visit. Then in Mysore Palace there is a manager. The moment DC comes into the near to the palace, the manager should know that DC is coming in, right? The technology should help him. Anyway, his photography is available on the Google, And anyway, all faces of all DCs, all IAS officers are available in the corpus of government of Karnataka. Let this palace, Mysore Palace, system, download it and keep it as a repository. The moment DC tries to walks into Mysore Palace, I expect this technology to understand that this is a person who has been appointed as DC of Mysore district. So he is trying to, entering into this campus. Then let me inform the manager so that he can come and receive him with a great welcome. That is what is recognizing such royal customers, royal people of my interest, right? Offering better services. Look at that's what you can think of after attending this FDP on machine learning and its societal applications. I wish all of you, the moment you go back to your institutions, the moment you start working with normal environment without COVID situation, you please avoid taking class room attendance. Think of building up your own system. I mean, dear participants, you see that you make your machine learning really possible. Whatever an attempt towards that, however you understand that it is already solved, nothing is solved well the moment you attempt towards realization. You still have challenges to overcome. So look here, there are two pictures. One is a person entering into the shop. Look at the background light, very high. Doesn't mean that the foreground light is so low. It is also high, but in spite of it, the background light is so high. So face cannot be easily recognized. Then how do I enhance this area? Detect, take a part of, just crop it up, enhance it so that face becomes so visible, clearly. Then subject it for deep learning so that deep learning architecture can classify that, can recognize it. This is people are exiting. Then given is this picture and given is this picture. I want deep learning architecture. One says this is a entry activity and this is a exit activity. I mean, activity detection, entry and exit. This is a simple problem. For this, no conventional classification deep architecture would work. You have to integrate recurrence neural network. I mean, you have to keep the door 10% open. You have to keep the door 20% open. You have to keep the door 30% open, generate the possible instances where gate is opening and person is entering. And again, in the second activity, gate is being closed this way and person is walking this way. Then generate the sequence and observe the sequence all along the time axis. Let the recurrence neural network generate the label for these and the sequence with which labels have been generated. It generates A, B, C, D, whereas this generates D, C, B, A. That sequencing, then use finite automata theory so that recognize the sequence, right? And that recognition of sequence can be done with finite automata. If that could be done with a finite automata as well as a deep learning architecture, then I introduce a new problem for you. Can every finite automata be realized with the deep learning architecture, right? That could be a science behind machine learning. You can think of that. I have a wonderful lexical analyzer. Can that lexical analyzer of a compilation phase be replaced by a deep learning architecture? Integrating, right, a language processing with the deep learning. So push down automata process. If push down automata can remember the sequence of data entering in the form of stack and backtracking is supposed to be taken place. Why not? Decoder encoding strategies for simulating a push down automata. Can we think of? This is how, if you are strong at fundamental aspects and theoretical aspects of computer science, and if you are equally strong at machine learning, can we relate? Can we bridge up these two courses? That could be open problems for you people to explore. See, here is a set of people playing a game, familiar with you people, right? They are playing and some activity takes place and suddenly somebody, falls down. Then that should be detected. That should be detected and crowd gets formed. Look at, there is an alert called crowd is formed and people are attending that. And he is taken care like anything and the crowd is dispersed. We created this intentionally for our application. We wanted, work on a project related to person detection, activity detection, especially in sports scenario and so on, right? This is more into object detection. And look at, this is another, where a person disturbing people playing. Of course, this person who is walking in, and look at, there could be another, whenever somebody wants to do something which is unexpected, which is not, legally provided. So today we are talking about, earlier people were talking about God, God will look at us if we do some cheat, if we cheat some people, then God will not, take care of us. God will give us some punishment. Today, we don't worry about God. We worry about cameras, right? Because camera is watching us. Earlier, people used to have a feeling that, God will always look at us and I should not cheat people. Today, nobody bothers about God. Everybody bothers about camera. Then the moment he goes to some area, he looks at the camera. And then he tries to use the kerchief or his own hand and closing the camera, so that scene cannot be seen. And somebody will go and do some mischief, right? If that is a case, then the moment camera is obscured, look at here, and that alarm should be given to the owner of the camera, so that owner suddenly comes into the field and takes care of it. And number two, if there is a person like this walking and disturbing people, and that person should be given an alarm and should be taken out suddenly, right? So look, this person is disturbing people, and of course he is known for disturbing people for the last 20 years, especially research scholars. I understand that. So personal equipment, like safety equipment, the people are supposed to go with helmet, jackets, for these type of activities. And there is a zone which is restricted, a dangerous zone. If anybody enters into this zone, a kind of alarm should be alert should be generated. See, if somebody goes over there, suddenly dangerous alert gets generated, right? This is into construction area. It's not that we are going to verify people are at the time of entering into the area nearby the entry door, checking whether he is with a helmet or with a jacket. No, continuous monitoring whether man is always with a helmet or with no helmet. If with no helmet, alert should be generated. Look at another interesting video. Please observe. Focus your attention on this person who is trying to climb up a ladder. Please focus on this blue colored dress, right? See, this is about half a minute video. Observe carefully. He falls down. Who takes care of this person? If nobody is there, alone is working, who takes care? Then we want surveillance camera to continuously observe, and the moment this incident happens, it has to generate an alert to the owner of the this service station, so that owner can send somebody to take care of him. Number one. Why? Had there been somebody watching that person climbing up the ladder, he must have given him an instruction that be careful, you may fall down, please be careful, hold your ladder very tightly, keep your left leg very thoroughly, something like that. Somebody must have instructed. If there is somebody watching in a continuous manner, then I want the system to replace that person, so that the system can give continuous alarm for such people who are taking a risk in their life, right? So this is into that. This is a Bangalore traffic. Many people must have logged into this lecture from Bangalore. This is early morning traffic. The vehicles are moving from city towards industrial area, and look at the other road is the opposite direction is almost free. But this is early in the morning, people are rushing in. Then the job is not to recognize, first of all, the number plates. It is to identify who are violating which rule. Actually, this portion of the road is dedicated for heavy vehicle like bus, lorries, and so on. But auto rickshaws, two-wheelers are going over there. Look at this person should be caught and punished. Cars are not allowed here. Only buses. Then, if car has gone in here, what is the number of that car, right? What is the number of that? Can I give a kind of notice to him? Then number plate recognition becomes. You need not to recognize all numbers of all vehicles. Only these vehicles, right? So you need not to recognize the numbers of all vehicles. You have to recognize only selectively chosen vehicles, right? Then those the vehicles who which have violated the rules, traffic rules. This is an attempt towards that. Here every number plate is recognized. Probably we can see that numbers is recognized and displayed here, right? So ANPR, automation of number plate recognition, right? So this is especially in Bangalore like cities is very challenging, right? Counting number of people, vehicles, and coming out with makes and model of each vehicle, right? it is Toyota Innova, right? Something like that. So, and then counting how many vehicles of type Innova have passed through that junction in 1 hour, 9 to 10, 10 to 11. So generating that database, and then retaining it. You need not keep the videos. Keeping the video requires huge memory. Instead of keeping the video, generate the knowledge out of it and reposit that. Okay. This is another wonderful, project which we have worked on. Right. Also, we also worked on number plate recognition in Bangalore city. So this is another, which we have worked on. Here, probably you may see, what is called as some gates, blue in color, barricodes. So the project is that, there are trucks entering into this zone, which is restricted, a safety zone, which is restricted, entry restricted zone, and there are 2 gates. So occasionally, 2 gates get opened. Only most of the time, only 1 gate is open, and second gate gets opened only when the queue of vehicle is too long, and if the dwell time of every vehicle is also considerably high. If vehicle is expected to wait for a long time, then only we keep the second gate open. Then the question is to automatically decide when we are supposed to open the second gate, right? Then we are going to count the vehicle and estimate the queue length and then calculate the dwell time. I mean, waiting time of each vehicle, work out the average. Everything has got to be done automatically. Let me show you. Right, this is about 2 minutes video. I wish you watch it. Look at. The problem now is, of course, we have used deep learning, but using any existing deep architecture did not help us in solving, because when we tried with vehicle detection, especially truck detection algorithm, the detection algorithm has detected all the trucks, including this truck. We are not interested in this. We don't want any truck getting into this area be missed. Then the best solution is detect all the trucks in this environment. When you go for detecting all the trucks in this environment, you are unnecessarily detecting unwanted trucks also. Look, this is a challenging issue between precision and recall. Precision is, I want every detection what I do is supposed to be only these trucks. Recall means I don't want to miss any of these, right? This is complementary to each other. And notice please here, even if there is another truck passing through in adjacent lane, that should not get detected. That should not get detected. It never got detected. We have tuned up the available deep architecture to a newer deep architecture so that it has suited our requirement. And no vehicle passing through any adjacent lane, any of this. No, look, even if this truck comes this direction, unless it turns towards this, and if in case it goes straight, it doesn't get detected at all. That is the real problem. I mean, yes, tools are available, but not all of them suit our requirement. How do I find the best? That is a research. Search on existing, do research, find out the best one, employ it, and that will have some, some misclassification, some errors. Look at this, gets detected the moment only when it goes in a straight manner. Otherwise, it doesn't get detected, because not sure that, look, now it got detected, right? Not sure that it will enter through this. It may go this way, right? So it gets detected a little later. See? Now, then the tracker gets missing, sometimes tracker is initiated, now tracker is missing, tracker gets initiated, missing. So this truck gets detected multiple times. Then we are going to establish equivalence relationship between the multiple instances of the same track. Then calculate the entry time and the exit time, work out the difference, and based on that, work out the average, queue length and queue dwell time, and see that the second gate is open, right? So look at ultimate, we don't want this video to be recorded and stored in the memory of a computer, because 1 hour video consumes very huge memory. Instead, every 1 hour I want this information, only this information. Whatever you see on the right side, look, equivalence class, the 0 truck is same as truck number 1. Truck IDs have been generated. 0 truck is same as 01. Third, 4, 6 are one and the same. Then what is the dwell time? 69 seconds, right? 69 seconds, almost beyond 1 minute. Look at, this is what is the final. Every 1 hour we want, 6 to 7 in the morning, 7 to 8 in the morning, etc. And every full day once, right? Completely, integrated, assimilated dashboard has got to be created. The challenges are even today. We have deployed this system in Singapore, outside India. but still we are not attend to the problem like environmental condition. It works fine when the day is sunny day. If cloud is there and rainy situation, system has got to be tuned up, right? And if both the gates are open, then how do I calculate the queue length? How do I estimate the dwell time? That's really challenging. Y shape, I mean, coming here and then taking entries to two different gates. Trucks classification, smaller truck, bigger truck, medium truck. This is color based, right? Purpose based. We still have to work on that, but we attempted to some extent. Now the system is working fine when the day is a sunny day, but not during clouds or rainy season. But still we have to improve that further. There are many opening. What you see in front of your residence, if you want to automate it, there is an opening for you to work further for research. This is quite interesting, into cartoon faces, cartoon images. Given are the cartoon faces of celebrities, Indian celebrities, outside Indian celebrities. Who is this? Who is she? Right? Who will be pushed into the jail? Who is she? Who is this police officer? If she is a very popular personality in the country, a great politician in the country, who is this person who has been so dare enough to put her into jail? I want to recognize, because on the newspaper on that day you will have some funny cartoons, and every cartoon will have faces. Then detect the face, extract this, and recognize that, and recognize this face, and look at this situation, recognize the people who are here. Maybe another leader may be here crying like this, putting some pressure. And then finally I want some text caption has got to be generated. Some text annotation has got to be generated out of this entire cartoon celebrity recognition, recognizing celebrities based on their cartoons, and then understanding the environment of the cartoon. Look at what is supposed to be there. Who is here? Our Honorable Prime Minister's cartoon, right? Who is this police officer? Who is this gentleman, right? What they are talking about? Can we guess? Can we infer something out of this? That is what is. So who is the other one here? This is Modi ji. Then who is that? Singh, Manmohan Singh sir. So what they are talking about? Look at, in the newspaper, this cartoon appears in one corner of the newspaper, but the same page has got a headline. Can we relate the cartoon to the headline, right? That's what I want system to automatically infer that knowledge. So here he is fighting against corona. Who is that? The Prime Minister's cartoon, right? Oh, India is fighting against coronavirus. So I want the system to automatically understand this. And who is this lady looking at him, right? Who is this gentleman looking at him? Then who is this? Oh, can we generate some paragraph out of it which explains in detail what is the current scenario today in India, right? What this person wanted to convey, because most of the time you say that an image conveys 200 paragraphs, right? What are those 200 paragraphs? Can we sum up? That is what. Look at, why is she dancing? Why is so happy? Why is happy? Who is this? Can we look at all these and then generate something? I mean, here fundamentally involves not detection of faces, detection of cartoon faces. Your face detection algorithm, deep learning, architecture, as it is application will not suit you. You have to tune it up. You have to modify that. And then once detected, you cannot use face recognition deep learning architecture to recognize cartoon faces, because cartoon faces are completely driven, completely, made out of lines and curvilinears, edges, etc. Then your existing deep learning classification, deep learning architecture will not suit. You have to tune it up, or you have to work out something like cartoon net. We are working on that. Whatever I'm explaining, one or two of my scholars are working on it. We are now targeting on cartoon net, face net, similarly cartoon net, right? So we are talking about that. Look at, this is a cartoon given. Then it's not that I'm talking about searching for similar face in a library of my interest. Google. If I give it as an input to Google, I want Google to download all faces which resemble this cartoon, right? For example, look, for example. It's not that it is supposed to be one of the faces or the images which I have put in my library. No, I want to give it a Google, let Google work in a front end, back end, and download all, and then semantic establishment is my end. My computer. Google is in the back end, right? Back end processing is by Google. It gets me the possibly many infinite, and out of those many, I got to filter out so that which only those are selected resembling this cartoon, right? cartoon-based retrieval, sketch-based retrieval. I draw the picture of my interest. However bad I am, I just make an attempt to draw a line graph of somebody's face. I don't know whose face I am drawing. I just draw the face. Then the question is there anybody across globe whose face is resembling my whatever the art I generated? Can I do that? I randomly draw some face. I'm not so good at arting, I just assume that I draw somebody's face. I just paint it. The moment I paint it, I may not be familiar with anybody in Mysore who is looking similar, but there could be somebody across globe, the moment I give it to Google, I want all faces of people who resemble that drawing should be retrieved so that I can know whose face I written, right? Unknowingly. Can we do that? That's a wonderful research today. For this, you don't require any facilities, any data set, everything is made available. Only thing, you have to generate ideas, you have to work on, different tailoring of different algorithms in machine learning so that you come out with an integrated version. Okay. We worked on cartoon face gender classification. Given is a cartoon, a celebrity cartoon, is it a male or a female? Gender classification in cartoon. We used different, conventional classifiers like in SVM, decision tree, naive Bayes, random forest, etc. These are some percentages obtained based on some features extracted using deep architecture. Using CNN, the fully connected network is taken out and only CNN is used, various, and then generated, fused with the features. As we did some subsetting also, a wonderful work. Still, it is yet to be published. Yeah, this is another interesting, problem which we have been working in our laboratory for the last 8 to 10 years. 2 PhDs are already completed, and still people are working on it. So flower classification, flower recognition for paracetamol, pharmaceutical industries, etc., etc., and draw the sketch of a flower, retrieve the flower, right? Not from a corpus which we generated from the Google. Is it possible? Think of it. And quality verification, grading of fruits, and ripeness evaluation of fruits when they are in the tree, whether it is right time to harvest the fruits or not. So these are wonderful work we can look, dears. All in all, these are the different stages with you are well familiar, right? But today, of course, you take the existing only and see that this initial phase can be put on the mobile cell phone. That could be wonderful research. Can I provide a kind of edge computing solution for mobile cell phone so that it will not send the picture as it is to the server? It will not send the videos as it is to the server, so that server takes care of it. Instead, I don't send that image. Instead, I process the image, send only the feature, extract the feature, send the vector of numbers so that the system works faster. Can we do such edge computing on the mobile cell phone itself at the time of creating corpus and also at the time of classification, right? Classification, second phase. Then the first phase is creation, second phase is relearning classification. Can both the phase be partially be deployed on mobile cell phone so that server can be relieved from certain responsibilities, certain burdens. So then software design is another. What is the software design for it? Okay, so wireframing, and then UI design, development, monitoring, and app releasing, wonderful. And then given is a mobile app, then it should do edge computing on the mobile itself, right? And whatever it's available in the cloud, that should fetch it and take these pictures and do edge computing, and that features only will be sent across, so that search for the existing. If not, then it's a new, then add it up, create another feature like user roles, experts, add a user, delete a user, and update if it is a new species into a database, right? So different OS, how to see that the system works on a different Android system or app system and so on. Then can I tag with a geographical information? If it is Mysore jasmine, where is it available? I want to know. Is it in Nanjangud belt or is it in Gulbarga belt? Mysore jasmine, somebody has captured it and uploaded it to the system. Then where is that geographically? Can I tag it up? These are all wonderful, research avenues for you to dig out. Take it very seriously. So user supporting, like application support, operation support, user support, end user, take in all these. Instead of you alone working for a project, I wish you make a team of people working together so that you can make a societal applications really solvable, and you can bring AI into a reality. So we in our research lab, worked on flora species of 13,000 images of 127 species of roughly about 7,700 videos of 30 species of 2,000 sketches, right? We used world-based, skeleton-based, color, LDA for feature extraction, symbolic classifier, retrieval system, and we also worked on fauna species of different animals, etc. And for object detection, we worked on videos of various use cases, YouTube video, like person detection, human face detection, vehicle detection, face recognition, activity like running, walking. How do I distinguish? In a video, person is running, person is walking, right? Slow running, marathon running. How do I distinguish, right? So crowd formation, crowd violation of detection, ANPR, social distance. For this, we exploited the beauty of deep learning architecture such as SSD, YOLO, YOLO V4, YOLO V5 is coming up now, mobile, MRCNN, LSTM. These are some attempts which we have made. Look, there are many such applications like sign language understanding, online signature verification, smart televisions, right? Automatic, televisions where television can decide, looking at the people watching it, which channel is a better channel to be displayed now, right? Okay, and in our lab called DAL, Data Analytics and Learning Lab, we have been exploring, working on this. And in his lecture, Shekhar used to frequently touched upon that. I did it in Mysore. So our University of Mysore for the last 20 plus years, we have been exploring on various avenues related to machine learning and AI specifically in data analytics and learning laboratory. So with this, if I sum up my lecture, I spoke about fundamental science of AI, machine learning and DL, face recognition related challenges. I hope I've given you a good enough details for you to think further and further. Though people generally think that the face recognition is almost done, certainly not. As long as there is a new kid taking up a birth, I'm sure that there is still a challenge to work on. Activity detection related, PPE, safety relation, and ANPR, recognizing number plates, license plates, queue count of vehicles in a real-time environment. Many more applications, right? So keep in mind this, please understand that research is only reading a lot for establishing your scientific and engineering aptitude to have a good personal rapport with your commitment to build up a healthy society for the development of our Mother India. So it is what my poem, which I thought of for each letter of the word called research, right? So you have to understand that we have to read a lot. First, please pick up reading habit. That solves 70% of your research. So I feel, I must acknowledge the people who are responsible for me to be here today addressing you people. Before that, in Kannada, I say samshodhane. It is samshodhane, samyamadinda kalikiyali todagi, ಶೋಭೆ ತರುವಂತಹ ಜ್ಞಾನಾರ್ಜನೆ ಗಳಿಸಿ ಧನಾತ್ಮಕವಾದ ಯೋಚನಾ ಲಹರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಾಜವು ನೆನೆಸುವಂತಹ ಆವಿಷ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು. Please don't compromise anywhere. Your interest is toward always coming out with something which others, a society remembers. You have to work in a positive mind for acquiring and skill and knowledge, which really brings you a kind of reputation in your personality that you will accomplish through great patience. Patience is the only tool to become a great researcher tomorrow. So with this, let me extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizers of this FDP program for having extended a kind of invitation to me to share my little experience in research, and special thanks to Madam Sharmila for her interest in having myself as one of the speakers. And I must not forget thanking my research scholars, who has most of the times I appreciate my scholars. Today, if I am presenting something, it is all because of the effort put in my good research scholars. So about 20 plus scholars today. And more than that, the confidence in case if I exhibit, it's all because of my mentor, Professor Nagbhushan. So with this, I thank you one and all for your great patience listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such a highly informative and excellent session on research avenues in machine learning. So now we move on to the question and answers.
Sure.
First question we have, what is kerneling?
Hello.
So first question is, what is kerneling?
What is?
Kerneling.
Kerneling. Kernel functions are some nonlinear functions which would help us in, moving from a space, feature space to another feature space, right? Where in the second feature space, the classification becomes relatively easier when compared to the classification in the initial feature space, right?
Next question, sir. When we implement a DL, deep learning using MATLAB and Python with same architecture and using the same data set, why there is difference in accuracy?
Repeat, when we implement?
Deep learning using MATLAB and Python.
Okay, it is, yeah. Please understand that that's what I am insisting upon people to have a strong knowledge on data structures. The round of errors, the precision with which two systems, not only Python and MATLAB, you can take the same tool, Python, on different computers of different caliber, right? Architecture wise. Okay, it is a precision error, right? One will trunk off the rounding of the numbers after 10 digits, one will round off the numbers after 3 digits, right? Okay, so I divide a number, let's say 1 by 3. 1 by 3. What is that 1 by 3? Somebody writes 0.3. Somebody writes 0.33. Somebody writes 0.333. Somebody writes 0.3333, right? Okay, this is what is the accuracy. Please have a strong knowledge on especially overflow in data representation in data structure. Okay, so a knowledge on primitive data representation would help you in understanding these difficulties. Look at, most of the times in theoretical way, I say this is an eigenvalue which is expected to be 0. For example, this is a parameter k which is supposed to be 0 for this circumstance. When we do it, when we concretize it, when we go for realization in the computing system, mathematically I expect it to be 0, but computation wise I cannot equate it to exactly 0, right? So this is the difficulties, but that's if you have knowledge on data structure, you go for moving from 8-bit representation to 16-bit representation, 16-bit representation to 32-bit representation, and so on. Generally, if you go with a higher version, you will have a better accuracy. That's all.
Next question, sir. Is it possible to do research by Is it possible to do research by considering the text and image from a different scenario? So, example, COVID-19 situation.
Yes. Always. Actually, I wanted to have a slide on that. In general, on multimedia information retrieval. Right? It's not only video. Set of people work on only video data. Set of people work on textual data. Set of people work on image data. No, can we think of a human brain works with all together simultaneously, right? Given is a text data, I want a image data. Given is a video data, I want a, given is a trajectory of my hand movement, I want text to be generated, right? So you can integrate generally, definitely, and that is what is really demanding today, indeed.
Thank you, sir. So here we come to the end of all the sessions of 6 days AICTE sponsored short-term training program on machine learning for societal applications from 24th August to 29th August 2020. I, Professor Mohammad Hafiz MK, is honored to propose vote of thanks for the morning session of day 6. So on behalf of Department of Computer Science Engineering, PA College of Engineering, Mangaluru, I feel privileged to wholeheartedly extend my gratitude of having Dr. D.S. Guru, Professor, Department of Computer Science, University of Mysore, and Senior Research Scientist on sabbatical, Nemo Technologies Private Limited, Bengaluru, as the speaker of today's session. I affirm that the participants will have a lot of takeaway from this highly knowledgeable session and encourage them to fall in love with research, having an exponential leap in their research career. I hope today's session will act as a dessert in compiling and digesting the wholesome meal of knowledge acquired from past 5 days to its highest degree. I once again thank Guru Sir in motivating the participants to strive hard with out-of-the-box idea to realize machine learning in their day-to-day environment. Once again, I thank you for such a wonderful and highly informative session, sir. We look forward for your support and cooperation in our future events too. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Dear participants, thank you for your active participations throughout the 6 days of STTP. Now we shall have break of 30 minutes and I invite everyone for the valedictory program of this 6 days STTP and request to be back sharp at 11:45 a.m., which will be followed by mandatory submission of feedback and quiz form to obtain the e-certificate. So I request all the participants not to leave the meeting room after the valedictory function without submitting the quiz form. The materials shared by our speakers will be made available to all the participants via Google Drive link, which shall be shared in the WhatsApp group. Any discrepancies in receiving the certificate, kindly contact the STTP coordinators through WhatsApp or mail. Thank you one and all.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸರ್.
Namaste, sir.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಅಲ್ಲ ಗುರು ಸರ್.
ಸರ್ ನಮಸ್ತೆ.
ನಮಸ್ತೆ ನಮಸ್ತೆ.
ಶರ್ಮಿಳಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಇದಾರೆ ನೋಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ.
ನೋಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಅವ್ರು ರಿಕಗ್ನೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾರೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ನಾ ರಿಕಗ್ನೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ.
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಶರ್ಮಿಳಾ. Yeah, just I called Sharmila madam. Professor Hiremat is there in the participant list. You just invite him for
Sir,
the next.
good morning, sir.
ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್
Madam,
Hearty welcome to Professor Hiremat, sir.
yeah.
I am very happy, sir,
ಓಕೆ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
to see your participation.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಫಾರ್ ಅಲೋವಿಂಗ್ ಮೀ ಟು ಜಾಯಿನ್.
Thank you very much, sir. So we are honored, sir.
ಹೌ ಆರ್ ಯು ಮೇಡಮ್? ಹೌ ಆರ್ ಯು?
Fine, sir.
Very good.
Sir, tell me, sir.
Going on well. You know, every time I listen to you, you are giving me more problems, sir.
I told now in one of the slides, this is the person creating problem and disturbing others, you know. in that badminton.
ಹೌದು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್.
ಶಟಲ್ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ಮಿಂಟನ್.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಆಲ್ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಟಫ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು. ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಎಡ್ಜ್ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟಿಂಗ್, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಡಿಟೆಕ್ಷನ್, ಇದು ಬಹಳ ಟಫೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅನಿಸ್ತು ನನಗೆ. ಕಾರ್ಟೂನ್ ಫೇಸ್ ಡಿಟೆಕ್ಷನ್
ರಿಯಲಿ ಟಫ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಸರ್. ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ
ವೆರಿ ಟಫ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್. ಯು ಆರ್ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ದಿಸ್?
Yes, one of my students is working on that.
ಹೌದೇನ್ರಿ? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ಐತೇನ್ರಿ ಡೇಟಾ ಸೆಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಐತೇನ್ರಿ?
ನಾವು ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ. ಒನ್ ಬೆಂಚ್ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣದಿದೆ, ಬಟ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಎ ಲಾರ್ಜ್ ಕಾರ್ಪಸ್.
ಏನೋ ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದೀರಿ ನೀವು, ಟ್ರಿಪಲ್ ಐಟಿ ಕಾರ್ಟೂನ್ ಫೇಸ್ ಡೇಟಾ ಸೆಟ್ ಅಂತ ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ?
ಅದು ಇದೆ ಸರ್, ಟ್ರಿಪಲ್ ಐಟಿ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಹೈದರಾಬಾದ್ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ.
ಹೈದರಾಬಾದ್ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ.
ಅವರೊಂದು 1200 images ಏನೋ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಐ ಸಿ.
That's a good data set to begin with.
ಹೌದು.
So now in near future we'll publish a large collection, I'm sure. For we have
ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಪೇಪರ್ ಕಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ತಗೊಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ? ಕಾರ್ಟೂನ್ಸ್.
Pragna, are you there? Pragna? Hello, Pragna, are you there? I think she left. Okay, so Pragna is the candidate working on that problem.
I see.
So basically we wanted to work on, one general classification of cartoons and facial expression recognition of cartoons, and then finding out the spatial relationship and their topological relationship across cartoons in a picture. And then
but person recognition identification different ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
Detection of faces in cartoon images and recognizing faces of a cartoon face of a person, right? These are all the different issues. Integrated product ಗೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ. All integrated. For each purpose we have different differently created data sets.
I see. ಸರಿ.
Yeah.
ಏನು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಟಫ್ ಅನಿಸ್ತದೆ ಪಿಕ್ಚರ್.
It's really tough. Unlike face recognition is much tougher.
ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ರೇ ಡಯಾಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಇದ್ದಂಗೆ ಅದಾವಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ಕೆಚಸ್ ಇವು.
Line diagram, paints, sometimes some caricature, something they call it as caricature.
Geometric features become more edges. Mostly edge features will help us more.
Edge histograms would help us to some extent, but topology would help us a lot.
ಅವು ಕರ್ವ್ಸ್ ಕರ್ವೇಚರ್ಸ್ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಲೆಂತ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಕರ್ವ್ ಅವೆಲ್ಲ.
And more into local features, not global.
More into local features. Pixel level we can't work those things. ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬಂತು.
Thank you. If the purpose is served, I'm happy.
ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬಂತು, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ, very nice. You took the whole topic at a more philosophical level.
Oh, is it?
You didn't burden with the algorithms. So you took it at a more higher level, philosophical level.
ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದಾಗ ಫಿಲಾಸಫಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟೋಗುತ್ತಾನೆ.
ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನೀವು ಫಿಲಾಸಫಿ ಪ್ಲೇನಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಿ. ಯಾಕ್ರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಹೋದಲ್ಲ? After having worked so intensely, you are rising to philosophical plane.
Sir, all level people ಗೆ ಅದು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್, ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟಿ ಎಲ್ಲ very very useful. ತುಂಬಾ ಮ್ಯಾಥಮೆಟಿಕಲಿ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಅವೆನ್ಯೂ,
and the material presented should capture the imagination of the audience.
Obviously,
then it will enter. ನೀವು ಹೇಳೋದು ಚಲೋ ಬಂತು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಥಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ಸರ್, ನೀವು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಲೆಕ್ಚರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಪಾಲಿನಾಮಿಯಲ್
ಯಾವ್ದು ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್?
ನೀವು ತ್ರೀ ಫೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದು 2 ಫೀಚರ್ಸ್ ರಿಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಬೈ ಟೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ವಾಡ್ರಾಟಿಕ್ ಸಾಲ್ವರ್.
Sir, actually, I've been working on that. I'm trying to find out.
Madam, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಇದೆ ಏನ್ರಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ? ಸರ್, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಇದೆ?
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಇದೇ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಬಿಡಿ. ನಾವೇ
ಸೇಮ್ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಸರ್, ಸೇಮ್ ಲಿಂಕ್.
They can go out and rejoin up.
ಅಲ್ಲ, how much time gap is there?
ಈಗ half an hour ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೀವಿ ಸರ್, ಮತ್ತೆ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗ್ತೀವಿ.
ಆಯ್ತು, ಓಕೆ.
ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಗೆ half an hour. ನಮ್ದು ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ದಟ್ ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡಿಕ್ಟರಿ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಇದೆ ಸರ್, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ.
ಹೌದಾ? ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಲೆಕ್ಚರ್ ಯಾರು?
ಯು ಆರ್ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಸರ್. ನೀವು ಇರಲೇಬೇಕು.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ನಾವು
ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್, ಈಗ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬಿಡೋದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ನಮ್ದು 12:30 ಒಂದು ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ
ಸರ್ 12:30ಗೆ ನಮ್ದು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀವಿ ಸರ್.
ಹೌದಾ? ಸರಿ.
11:40ಗೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು.
ಆ ಕ್ವಾಡ್ರಾಟಿಕ್ ಈಕ್ವೇಶನ್ ಡೈಮೆನ್ಷನಾಲಿಟಿ ರಿಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆನ್ ಸಮ್ ಡೇಟಾ ಸೆಟ್. ಈಗ n ಡೈಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಸೊ ಆ n ಅನ್ನ 3 ಸ್ಪ್ಲಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡೋದು. ಸಪೋಸ್ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ 12 ಫೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ
ಡಿವೈಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಕಾಂಕರ್
3 ಮಾಡೋದು. ರೆಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಈಚ್ ಟ್ರಿಪ್ಲೆಟ್ ಟು ಎ ಪೇರ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ 12 has become 8. ಮತ್ತೆ 8 ಅನ್ನ 3 ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇನ್ನು 2 ಹಂಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು. ಈ 3 will come down to 2, next 3 will come down to 2. Now 8 has become 6. 6 ಆದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ 3 ಮಾಡಿ 2 ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು, 4 ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. So we have a hierarchy in data reduction.
Yes, correct.
At what level I have a better accuracy ಅಂತ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡೋದು.
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್.
ಆಮೇಲೆ at each level of reduction, does this really preserve data embeddings ಅಂತ ನೋಡಬೇಕು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ if there are 5 patterns, if these 2 are the patterns which are at farthest distance in original space,
yes,
and if these 2 are the closest patterns in the original space,
right,
at each reduction I should maintain that these 2 continue to be at farthest distance and these 2 continue to be closer distance.
Yes, correct.
ಜನರಾಲಿಟಿ ಲಾಸ್ ಆಗ್ಬಾರ್ದು ನನಗೆ.
ಹೌದು, ಜನರಾಲಿಟಿ ಲಾಸ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್ ಲಾಸ್ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು.
ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್ ಲಾಸ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ವಿಲ್ ಸ್ಯಾಕ್ರಿಫೈ ಟು ಸಮ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಲಾಸಿ necessarily always lossless. It can be loose also. But ಅದನ್ನ ನಾನು ಇಂಟರ್ನಲ್ ಜಾಮೆಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ ಫಿಸಿಕ್ಸ್ ಬಿಹೈಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
I was thinking in terms of either polynomials. 3x3 ನೋಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು. You can handle them as a polynomial. Polynomial rings ಅಂತ ಬರ್ತಾವೆ. It is a group and it is a ring also.
Correct.
Algebraically.
ಇದನ್ನ 2 degree polynomial ನ n degree extend ಮಾಡೋದು. Correct.
Handle it as a whole instead of decomposition. ನಿಮ್ದು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ decomposition ಮಾಡಿ. So you can or handle the polynomial as a whole and then polynomial properties. Ring is a very rich structure algebraically.
ಹೌದು.
ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಚಲೋ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟೀಸ್ ಹೊಂಟಾವನ ಅಂತ
ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು.
ನಂಗೆ ಬುಕ್ ಇದು ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ. ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಗೋ ಟು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿ. ಆಲ್ಜಿಬ್ರಾ ಬುಕ್ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು ನಾವು. ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಗುಲ್ಬರ್ಗದಿಂದ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ನೇನೋ ಅನಿಸ್ತೈತೆ ನನಗೆ. ಐ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಅ ಬುಕ್ ಆನ್ ಆಲ್ಜಿಬ್ರಾ.
ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಸರ್.
If I get some idea, I will send it to you.
Yeah, sure sir.
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾರ, ಅವ್ರ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಅದನ್ನ.
ಟೈಮ್ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ myself alone is working on it. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಕ್ರಿಟೈಸೇಷನ್ ಬಂದ್ಮೇಲೆ I'll put a student on that. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಸಮ್ ಔಟ್ಕಮ್. ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನೋ ನಾನೇನೋ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಅನ್ಬಾರ್ದು. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಜನರೇಷನ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ರಿಯಲಿ ಟಫ್ ಟು ಹ್ಯಾಂಡಲ್. I learned some great mathematics ಅನ್ನೋ ಫೀಲಿಂಗೇ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ ನಂಗೆ ಪೇಪರ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಇದರಿಂದ ಏನೋ ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ.
ಪೇಪರ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಾನೆ
ಅವ್ರೆಲ್ಲ ಪೇಪರೇ ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಅದು ಚುರುಮುರಿ ಕಟ್ಟಕ್ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ.
ನನಗೇನು ಪೇಪರ್ ಬರೆಯಕ್ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೇನು ಥೀಸಿಸ್ ಬರೆಯಕ್ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ.
ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಸತಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಆ ಪೇಪರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯ, ಚುರುಮುರಿ ಕಟ್ಟಕ್ ತಗೋತಾರ ಅವರು. ಮಾಡೋ ಪೇಪರ್ನ ಸರಿಯಾದ ಕಡೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಸರಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ವಾಟ್ ಡಿಡ್ ಯು ಲರ್ನ್ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಟ್, ದಟ್ಸ್ ಮೋರ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಬಟ್ ಇನ್ ದಟ್ ಸೆನ್ಸ್ ನನ್ನ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಓಕೆ, ಗುಡ್.
On that ring of polynomials, when I will select some suitable results, appropriate results.
Okay.
Theorem ಸಿಕ್ತಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅವನ್ನ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತ. Which you can use, which you can use them as features. If feature selection goes, sir, this will help us to do feature selection. Dimensionality reduction here.
Correct.
I will do that one. ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಆರಾಮದಾರ್ರಿ? ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆರಾಮದಾರ?
ಎಲ್ಲ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಸರ್.
ನೀವು ಭಾಳ ಬಿಸಿ ಇದ್ರಿ, ದಿವಸ ಏನ್ರ ಒಂದು ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರ್ತದ ನಿಮ್ದು ವೆಬಿನಾರ್ ಏನ್ರ?
ಇಲ್ಲ, ದಿವಸ ಏನಿರಲ್ಲ. ಕೆಲವು ಕಡೆ ಐ ಕೆನಾಟ್ ಸೇ ನೋ, ಲೈಕ್ ಟೀಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಶೇಖರ್.
ಹೌದು,
ಇಂತ ಕೆಲವು ಕಡೆ
ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ಶೇಖರ್ ಅವ್ರ ಹೆಸರಿದೆ, ಅವ್ರು ಯಾಕೋ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಮೇಲೆ.
ಶೇಖರ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಕ್ಯುಪೈಡ್ ಅಂತ ಕಾಣ್ತದೆ ವಿತ್ ಮೆನಿ ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟಿವ್.
ಈ ಇದ್ರ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ಅದಾರ ಕಾಣ್ತದ ಅವ್ರು ಅಲ್ರಿ?
ಇರ್ಬೇಕೇನೋ, ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ ಹೂ ಇಸ್ ದ ಚೇರ್ಪರ್ಸನ್.
ಇವಾಗ ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ನಾವು ವಾಪಸ್ ಬಂದೇನಿ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ರು ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ.
ಅದ್ರಿಂದ ಬಂದ ನಾವು ಈ
ಹಲೋ ಸರ್. ಹಲೋ ಸರ್.
ನಮಸ್ತೆ ಮೇಡಮ್.
ನಮಸ್ತೆ ಸರ್. ಸರ್, ನಾವು 11:45ಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮೀಟ್ ಆಗ್ತೀವಿ ಸರ್. ನಮ್ದು ಇದು ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡಿಕ್ಟರಿ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಇದು. ನಾವು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂಚೂರು ಅರೇಂಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸರ್, ಒಂದು 2 minutes
ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವು ಸರ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಎಸ್ ಸರ್, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಹಿರೇಮಠ್ ಸರ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಬ್ಲೆಸ್ಸಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಸರ್.
Thank you madam. Thank you. I remember I have not come to Mangaluru for a long time.
Yes sir.
I had come there for the PhD viva of one scholar of Professor Doraiswamy and Dr. Manjaya.
Okay.
Some foreign students were there, some
yes sir. Yes,
from Arab countries.
Yes sir.
2 candidates were there.
Today also Mr. Guvesh and Ibrahim's PhD viva sir.
I see.
Shekhar's a student, yeah.
I see. That believe that.
Yeah. That is why otherwise his students as well as sir always present.
Yes, correct. Thank you.
He may join now, sir. He told after 11:30 he will be joining us.
I see. Okay.
2 minutes ಅಲ್ಲಿ back ಬರ್ತೀನಿ sir.
Right. Okay, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Sir. Okay.
Sir, ನಿಮಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಾಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ ನಾನು.
Sure, sir.
ಕಿರೇಮಠ್ ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಇರಬೇಕು ಸರ್, ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡಿಕ್ಟರಿ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಇರಬೇಕು ಸರ್.
ಹೌದಾ? 12:30 ಒಂದು ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆ ನನಗೆ.
ಅದ್ರ ಮೊದಲು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಸರ್.
ಹೌದಾ? ಸರಿ.
ಸರ್ ಈಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ KLE ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದಿರಲ್ಲ?
ಹೌದು ಸರ್, KLE ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ.
BUB
ಈಗ ಇಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಇದು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ, KLE ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಅಂತನಾ ಸರ್?
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಅಂತಾರೆ. 2015 it got updated. ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟೀಸ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ರಿ.
ಓಕೆ.
ಪೆಸಿಟ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ MS
ಇದು KLE ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಅಂತನಾ?
ಇದು KLE ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಕಲ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ.
ಓಕೆ, ಲೈಕ್ VTO.
ಅದು ಬೆಳಗಾಂದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು KLE ಅದು ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಸರ್. ಅದು
ಇದು ಹುಬ್ಳಿನಾ ಸೆಂಟ್ರು?
ಇದು ಹುಬ್ಳಿ. ಇದು
ಓಕೆ.
ದೇ ಆರ್ ಟು ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್, ಎರಡು ಒಂದ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು.
ಸರಿ.
ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡಿಕ್ಟರಿಗೆ ನೀವಾದೇನ ಸರ್? ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡಿಕ್ಟರಿ ನೀವ ಚೀಫ್ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನ?
ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡಿಕ್ಟರಿಗೆ ಹೌದು, ನನ್ನೇ
ನೋಡಿದೆ, ಜಸ್ಟ್ ನಾವು ಆಯ್ತು
ನನ್ನೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆಯ್ತು, ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದೆ. ಈಗ ನಾನ್ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ನೋಡಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ಲಿ.
ಹ್ಞೂನ್ರಿ.
ಶರ್ಮಿಳಾ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಸರ್ ಇದಾರೆ ನೋಡಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ವೈಟ್ ಅಂತ.
ಹೌದು, ಅವ್ರು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಸ್ಕಾಲರ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ.
ಮಾಮಗಳೇ,
ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್. ಅವ್ರು ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರೇನ್ರಿ MTech ಸರ್? PhD ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲೇ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಕಾಣ್ತದ ಅವ್ರು?
ಯಾರು ಸರ್?
ಇವರು ಶರ್ಮಿಳಾ ಅವರು?
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಶೇಖರ್ ಹತ್ರ.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ
ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆ ನೋಡಲ್ಲಿ ಚಪ್ಲಿ. ಸರ್ ಹಲೋ, ಸರ್ barricade. ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಡಿಯೋಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಇದೀರಾ? ಹಲೋ,
ಹಲೋ ಸರ್.
ಹಿರೇಮಠ್ ಸರ್ ಇದಾರಾ?
ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಅಂತ ಸರ್.
ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಿದಾರಾ? ಓಕೆ.
ಸರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
Principal.
Hello, Guru sir, can we start?
Sir, 1 minute, I'll come back.
Okay.
ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕೀಗ. ರಜನ ಒಂದು ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಥವಾ ಸಂಜೆ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
Principal, sir. Ramesh, sir.
Sam. Hello?
Sarfraz, sir.
I'm back.
Yes.
ಹಿರೇಮಠ್ ಸರ್ ಇದಾರಾ?
Principal, sir. Hello.
I'm there. I'm very much there. ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬೆನ್ಸ್ ಅದ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ.
ನಾವಿರ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇದಾರ ನೋಡಿ ಮೇಡಮ್.
Sharif sir, can we start?
You can start.
Yeah, okay sir.
ಹೇಳಿ ಮೇಡಮ್.
Sir. Guru, sir. Start. Ramesh, sir.
ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡಿಕ್ಟರಿ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೂತ್ಕೋತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಖಾಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಬನ್ನಿ, ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಲಿಂಕ್. ಓಕೆ, ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್.
Yes.
Whoever is not kind to the younger ones or does not respect the elders is not from my nation. Prophet Muhammad. A very good morning to everyone present here. I, Professor Muhammad Saifuddin, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, welcome you all to the valedictory function of the AICTE sponsored 6-day short-term training program on machine learning for societal application, organized by Department of CAC, PA College of Engineering, Mangaluru. To begin with the function, we shall invoke the blessings of Almighty. So, I request Professor Muhammad Hafiz to invoke the blessing by reciting the verses of the Quran. Over to Hafiz.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. I seek refuge in Allah from the cursed shaitan. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Qul a'udhu bi rabbil falaq. Say, I seek refuge with Allah, the Lord of the daybreak. Min sharri ma khalaq. From the evil of what he has created. وَمِن شَرِّ غَاسِقٍ إِذَا وَقَبَ. And from the evil of the night as it comes with its darkness. وَمِن شَرِّ النَّفَّاثَاتِ فِي الْعُقَدِ. And from the evil of the witchcrafts when they blow in the knots. وَمِن شَرِّ حَاسِدٍ إِذَا حَسَدَ. And from the evil of the envier when he envies. Amen. O Allah, please accept our invitation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We take this opportunity to welcome all our delegates to the valedictory function of the first. First and foremost, I would like to
I take this opportunity to welcome all our delegates to the valedictory function of the short-term training program. First and foremost, I would like to extend my hearty welcome to the founder of PA Group of Institution, guest of honor, and our beloved chairman, Dr. P.A. Ibrahim Haji, to this program in his absence. It is a great pleasure to have this guest of honor, Mr. Abdullah Ibrahim, Executive Director, PAET, in this program, who has been encouraging us in all our activities in the college. On behalf of all present here, I welcome you, sir. I wholeheartedly welcome our chief guest of today's function, Dr. D.S. Guru, professor in Department of Computer Science, University of Mysore, one of the eminent academician and researcher, and currently on sabbatical and associated with Naimo Technology Private Bangalore as a senior research scientist. He is formerly worked as the chairman, Admission Reformation Committee, chairman, Department of Studies in Computer Science, director, as well as Directorate of Distance Education, Director, Internal Quality Assurance Cell, Chairman, Board of Studies in Computer Science at the University of Mysore, Manasagangotri, Mysore. On behalf of all present here, I welcome you, sir. I wholeheartedly welcome the esteemed Professor Prakash Hiremat, retired professor from Gulbarga University. Now he is professor in computer application, KLE Technology University, Hubli, to this program, and we are honored to have you in this program. I welcome you, sir. I extend a warm and cordial welcome to our principal, Dr. Abdul Sharif, Vice Principal, Dr. Ramiz M.K., Director Academics, Dr. Sarfraz Hashim, Dean Research, Dr. Zaid Ansari, principals from sister institution, Director MBA, and heads of the various departments, staff coordinators of STTP, faculty members of our institution, and all the participants from various academic institutions and industries. It's my pleasure to welcome our resource persons of this STTP program, Dr. P. Nagabhushan, Director IIT Allahabad, UP, for inaugurating this STTP, and also Dr. N. Hari Vinod, HOD VCET Puttur, Dr. Zaid Ansari, Dean Research, PA College of Engineering, Mangaluru, Dr. B.S. Shekhar, Professor, Department of Studies and Research in Computer Science, Mangaluru University, Dr. T. Nagabhushan, Principal and Dean, JSS Science and Technology University, Mysore, Dr. N. R. Dinesh, Research Scientist, Samsung R&D, Bangalore, and Dr. Nagendra Swami, Associate Professor, Department of Studies in Computer Science, University of Mysore, to this valedictory function. It is a true pleasure for me to welcome our beloved HOD and convener of this short-term training program, Dr. Sharmila Kumari, to this function. Madam, now I request you to present a brief report of the short-term training program. Over to HOD.
Good morning, everyone. Respected Chief Guest of today's valedictory program, Dr. D.S. Guru, Professor, Department of Studies in Computer Science, University of Mysore. Our beloved Professor, Dr. Hiremat, retired professor from Gulbarga University, currently Professor in Computer Applications, KLE Technological University, Hubli. Dr. Abdul Sharif, President of today's program, and the Principal of our college, and Vice Principal, Dr. Ramiz M.K., Director Academics, Dr. Sarfraz Hashim, Dean Research, Dr. Zaid Ansari, resource persons, members of Advisory Committee, staff coordinators, my fellow colleagues, and dear participants. We are very pleased to mention that we have almost come to an end of this 6 days short-term training program on machine learning for societal applications with the financial support from AICTE New Delhi and administrative support from our esteemed institution. I feel it is my privilege and honor to present before you the brief summary of this training program. With immense pleasure, now I am going to present a brief summary of this training program. We are glad that we have received overwhelming response from all parts of India for this program. We received the request from 172 participants from 120 colleges within a day, but we could register only 80 participants against maximum 75 participants mentioned in the brochure. We provided YouTube link of the program to the remaining participants. The program was inaugurated by Professor P. Nagbhushan, Director, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Allahabad, Uttar Pradesh. The founder chairman of our institute, Dr. P.A. Ibrahim Haji, and Executive Director, Mr. Abdullah Ibrahim, PA Education Trust, graced the occasion with their diplomatic presence as guest of honor. They enlightened us with their encouraging words. The program was presided by Dr. Abdul Sharif, the principal of our college. In the presidential remarks, he gave the overview of the progress of our institution and objectives of their training program. Professor P. Nagbhushan, in his inaugural speech, highlighted the need of these kinds of programs and encouraged the participants to actively participate in all sessions. Later, Professor Nagbhushan delivered the keynote address on machine learning and its applications by highlighting various live research problems. He encouraged the researchers to focus on these problems in their research work. On the first session of the program, Dr. Harivinodiyan, head of CSE department, VCET Puttur, spoke on the basics of machine learning and conducted hands-on sessions using Python programming language. On the second day, various clustering techniques were discussed, followed by hands-on session using R programming language by Dr. Zahid Ansari, Professor and Dean Research, PA College of Engineering, Mangaluru, that is our own college, by considering state-of-the-art research-oriented problems. Dr. Zahid Ansari has discussed numerous research issues in clustering techniques, including the basics, which certainly made the participants to refresh their views and research avenues in clustering methods. Third day of the program included the talk on various classification techniques such as naive-Bayes, k-nearest neighbor, and decision tree with several examples in detail in the forenoon session by the eminent speaker, Professor H.S. Nagendra Swami, professor from University of Mysore. In the afternoon session, Professor B.S. Shekhar from Mangaluru University, a great researcher and my research guide, discussed dimensionality reduction techniques through principal component analysis, followed by hands-on session using Python programming language. We are very grateful you, sir, for being with us all through this program and encouraged us in organizing this program in systematic way. On the first session of the fourth day, we have witnessed a very informative and philosophical view on feature selection principles by Dr. D.S. Guru, who is with us today as a chief guest to share his experience and critical views on the organization of this event. It is needless to mention that Dr. Guru has attended almost all the sessions amidst his busy schedule of research work. In the second session, during morning and in the afternoon, we had an excellent mathematically oriented session covering the fundamentals of artificial neural network by Professor T.N. Nagbhushan, Principal, SJEC, Mysore. We believe that it is certainly useful to the research community to carry out their research works in neural network domain. The last session is a demo session on neural networks by Mr. Guvesh Dagnew and Ibrahim Gut, both from Department of Computer Science, Mangaluru University. The fifth day is one of the brainstorming day where we had Dr. Dinesh, scientist, Samsung, Research and Development, Bangalore, who covered fundamentals of deep learning and discussed the state-of-the-art research works being developed in industries and also highlighted on their societal applications. Dr. Dinesh has also presented different kinds of deep learning algorithms and their implementation issues by taking some of the well-known problems in the field of machine learning. Today morning, we have witnessed a critical thinking and pervasive session by Professor D.S. Guru, who presented the philosophical view on research, society, and industry need-based projects in the domain of machine learning, which truly conclude the title of our short-term training program on machine learning algorithms for societal applications. We have indeed very grateful to you, sir, for being with us all through this program and motivated us in organizing this program in a scientific way with an engineering passion. The young minds in this program are much delighted with your enlightened philosophical thoughts. We assure you that we carry the best in the coming days with your constant support and advice to our institute. Overall, we wish that the participants have gathered very useful findings from this program and enjoyed all the sessions by the renowned academicians, industry experts, and enthusiastic researchers. It is my pleasure to take this opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude to Colonel Venkat, the Director of STTP program, AICTE New Delhi, for his encouraging and swift response to any kind of queries in organizing this training program. Being a convener of this program, it is my prime duty to acknowledge the support and help of many people in conducting this program. First and foremost, I wholeheartedly thank our chairman and executive director, PA Education Trust, for their constant inspiration, and our principal, vice principal, director academics, and dean research, heads of various departments for their well-timed help and suggestions. My sincere gratitude to Dr. Hiremat, retired professor from Gulbarga University, currently professor in computer application, KLE Technological University, Hubli, for your gracious presence. I extend my sincere gratitude to all participants for their active participation in the program. On behalf of our institution, I thank all the resource persons for accepting our invitation in spite of their busy schedule and sharing their knowledge through their highly informative lectures. Finally, I thank members of advisory and technical committee, staff coordinators, and all my colleagues who supported all through these 6 days in organizing this program. Their efforts cannot be measured in words, and I fond remember all their works for the successful and perfect execution of this program with an excellent time and session management. Thank you, and wish you all of you a pleasant weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. I now request Dr. Prakash S. Hireman, sir, to address the gathering and bless us with your words. Over to Dr. Prakash S. Hireman, sir. Prakash, sir, yes.
Hiremat, sir.
Yes,
Yeah.
madam.
Yes. Yes.
You are requested to address the gathering.
Oh, okay. I thought I was just an audience. So at the outset, I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to participate in this wonderful FDP program, and very thoughtfully themed on societal applications using machine learning techniques. And it is also illuminated by very bright minds like Professor Guru, Professor PN, and a host of other resource persons who have given enough thoughts on how machine learning techniques can be applied for societal needs, because it is very important. And Professor Guru also touched upon the COVID-19 applications, which is a very the present requirement of the society, how technology can be implemented for the immediate societal applications like the pandemic, which the humanity is experiencing globally. So any research contribution in this area will benefit the whole humanity on the earth. So the FDP has successfully motivated all the faculty and all the participants and researchers who are working in this area and put their thought for the societal applications using the machine learning techniques. And I also participated with a great enthusiasm as a learner because I'm an old timer. I want to learn new skills from young. Young. For me, DS Guru is very young to me. He may be senior to other participants, but still, I have many things to learn from him. Right from the way the subject has to be studied, and the subject has to be delivered to the students, to the audience, and how to carry out the research. That's also because when we started research, also we learned from these people only. University of Mysore was our source of inspiration. So, Professor Guru, thank you very much because I requested you to help me to join this program, and you very rightly guided me. So, thank you very much, and I also congratulate the management of the PA College of Engineering for providing good support for Madam Sharmila to organize this very useful FDP. And many more such FDP programs will follow through for the benefit of the teachers. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir, for your inspirational words, and you have blessed us with your words. Now I request today's program chief guest, Dr. D.S. Guru, to present the keynote address and feedback of the 6-day STTP program. Over to D.S. Guru,
I
sir.
wish, no, if you have planned for any feedback from participants, I wish to hear that first.
We have planned it at before the presidential remarks, sir.
No. You call them now. Ask them to share their feedback.
Okay.
It's not
sir.
that I cannot give any feedback. Participants are supposed to give the feedback, right?
Yeah. So since you are being a participant, so we'd like to. So I request the participants, those who have attended this 6 days STTP program, to give their feedback. So I first request Dr. Nagesh sir, Vice Principal, Head of the Department of Information Science and Engineering, AJ Institute of Technology, Mangalore, to give your feedback, sir.
Thank you for inviting me to give the feedback on this 6 days STTP. And at the outset, I thank the management, principal, and other administrative people, and especially special thanks to Dr. Sharmila Kumari and his team, having Ganesh Pai, then Mohammad Hafiz and Mohammad Saifuddin. So, and other faculty members who had given me an opportunity to be the part of this 6-day STTP on machine learning for societal applications. So when I got the brochure from Ganesh Pai and Sharmila Madam to attend this STTP, and I felt that this is a really very good STTP for me to learn. As Prakash sir also mentioned, even I am also in an administrative post. I thought that is a very good STTP for me to attend, because now the AICTE has given the permission for many colleges to start the new courses like AI and machine learning, deep learning, so many courses like that. Now all the faculty members, they have become as handicaps because they need to teach new subjects like machine learning, deep learning, or data mining aspects. So this workshop has given a very good platform for me to gain a lot of knowledge, because this workshop, one of the very special thing I had observed in this workshop is actually the resource persons you have organized for this or arranged for this workshop. All are very good experts in their own field, and the way they have presented the things, where we have learned so many aspects as far as the demonstration is concerned, starting from the inaugural address by Dr. Nagbhushan, followed by many other sessions on Python, programming for machine learning, then clustering techniques, classification techniques, then feature selection approaches, about neural networks, deep learning, and about the research issues. All the sessions, I have enjoyed all the sessions, and it has gained me more knowledge. And the schedule and the planning and execution of all the sessions for this 6th day, it went very well. I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to attend this workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable feedback. Now I request another participant of the STTP program, Professor Shweta DM, Dayananda Sagar College of Engineering, Bangalore, for the feedback on the STTP program. Over to Professor Shweta. Shweta, ma'am. Okay. So I think Madam is not joined yet. So I request another participant of the STTP program, Professor Sunil sir from Canara College Engineering, for the feedback on the STTP program. Over to Professor Sunil sir.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, sir, for choosing me to give the feedback. 6 days short-term training program on machine learning for societal application organized by the Department of CSE, PA College of Engineering, sponsored by AICTE, has been very inspiring, and I'm really feeling delighted to have been able to be a part of this and try to continue with the machine learning approaches on society with these positive techniques. In the present time of COVID pandemic, the virtual learning experience was very well set up. The material was very good. I learned a lot from the course, and the resource persons, Dr. P. Nagbhushan, Dr. D.S. Guru, Dr. Shekhar, Dr. Zaid Ansari, Dr. Nagendra Swami, Dr. T. Nagbhushan, Dr. R. Dinesh, and Dr. Harivinod were amazing. They really enhanced the knowledge and made the week enjoyable. I extend deep sense of gratitude for the management and the principal for the wonderful support. Special thanks to my guide, Dr. M. Sharmila Kumari, the convener of this training program, and the entire team for the wonderful execution of the program. Thank you one and all.
If any other participant would like to give the feedback on this 6-day program, or requested to raise your hands so that we will allow you to give the chance to give your feedback. If any participants are ready.
Welcome for suggestions.
Yeah.
More than positively commenting on the FDP, we are open to welcome comments and suggestions to improve further.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Then I now request Dr. D.S. Guru to give your suggestions.
Me? Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
The respected elderly personality, the invitee for this valedictory function, a senior good friend and well-wisher, Professor P.S. Iramat, sir. The respected principal of the the esteemed college, PA, College of Engineering, Professor Abdul Sharif sir, Dr. Sharmila, the head of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering of this esteemed institute, my good colleagues of this college, and faculty members from various other branches of engineering of this institute, invitees from other institutions, and my good young friend, Dr. B.S. Shekhar. I'm sure that Dr. B.S. Shekhar is a man behind the success of this FDP program, being a supervisor of Dr. Sharmila Madam. And more so important, the people who are so patient for the last 1 week in attending marathon lectures of eminent scholars. Dear participants, if any budding technocrats, good afternoon to all of you once again. I really feel I'm honored, I'm respected for having extended an invitation to be associated with this valedictory function of this a week faculty development program sponsored by AICTE as chief guest. I have taken it up as a great respect. I feel it is an opportunity. Though I chaired many sessions, many valedictory sessions, and many inaugural sessions where I delivered inaugural address, this FDP is the first FDP where I am chairing a session in valedictory function, where my own mentor chaired a session in inaugural function. I mean, Professor Nagbhushan, my mentor, inaugurated this, and myself is validating this. So I really feel happy and a pleasure to be in this function as a person to speak out something and address this, dear participants. Basically, I have nothing to say except wholeheartedly congratulating all the members who worked and put in great effort in making this a week program a successful one. I'm sure the team headed by the principal of the institute and coordinated by Dr. Sharmila deserves a big applause. Though your audio is muted, please, I wish all of you are clapping for them now. They deserve it. The reason is that, during this COVID-19 situation, though of course online is the only modality, but catching hold of the people and retaining them for a week, attending in all sessions, though we don't have a method of monitoring that attendance and taking into account their participation, but still this team was so good in catching hold of everybody and retaining them. Perhaps that could be because of the choice in resource people. As 3 to 4 participants have shared their feedback, wholeheartedly they expressed that this program has been planned very well and research people were so good, and they are really motivated to take up some societal applications of machine learning to work on further, to pursue better research and to contribute something great to the society. And for the last all 5 days, various lectures by eminent scholars were extremely good, and everybody spoke out in an interesting way. I mean, even when I looked at the list of resource people, what I understood is that nobody has spoken out as a person, right? Could be Dr. Shekhar, could be my mentor, Professor Nagbhushan, or myself, or Dr. Nagendra Swami, or Dr. Dinesh, whoever is that. I don't say that, Professor Nagbhushan spoke out, or Dr. Dinesh spoke out, or Dr. Shekhar spoke out, but I say that their experience has spoken out a lot. I mean, whoever has delivered a lecture is not that person who delivered a lecture. Indeed, their experience has delivered the lecture. And when the experience delivers a lecture, probably while delivering lecture, they themselves forget. They continue talking, narrating, right? So such an experienced person, you have invited and given them opportunities. Like myself, I worked a lot in feature selection, I spoke out. Dr. Shekhar worked a lot on feature transformation, he spoke out. Dr. Dinesh, being in industry, has been practicing deep learning for varieties of applications, and he narrated a story of deep learning. That's, I mean, the way in which this has been coordinated. I do second the opinion given by what these participants and the quality of the program being conducted. But however, I expected at least one or two of the participants would highlight some of the issues I assume that I am one of the hosts of this institution, this FDP, being a supervisor of Dr. Sharmila. I also assume that I am also part of this program, though I am invited as a guest, though I am invited as a resource person, but I feel I am a part of this. I expected a kind of, not negative, but a kind of comment which would help us in improving further and making this, next FDP more effective than this. Right? Always there is a step to go further and further, right? So that I expected, but none of you have shared it. But in case if you find it later, if you notice something which you feel you must have shared it during valedictory function, probably you can mail to Dr. Sharmila, you can WhatsApp her about that, the comments, and I'm sure she will, and her team members would take it as a point for improvement in a positive way. The title of the FDP program is really amazing. The societal applications, especially research openings in the field of machine learning, keeping in mind the society requirement. Yes, almost all the speakers have presented wonderfully well varieties of applications, including COVID-19 situation and the challenges created, opportunities for machine learning people to work on. But the research, dear friends, is the one which you find necessary, but you don't have a solution today. You take up anything. Wherever you think of automating it, find a solution, search for it. If no solution exists, solve it. Basically, two things. One is machine learning. We always look for a tool and then apply on our data set and claim the result. That's not a research. Basically, there are two things. One is industrial research, another one is academic research. As long as you are in academic, as long as you are a part of academic, your concentration is on learning and creating new knowledge base instead of using existing knowledge base for making problems solved. It's not a developmental activity. Please take up however small the problem is, but try to find the science behind it, the fundamental aspects behind it, and bring in computer science there and see that you contribute something on your own so that becomes a noticeable contribution to the literature of computer science. That's where I, being an academician, has to do, not as a member of an industry. The moment we take up something which is societal, industrial application, we tie up many existing together as a workable solution. That's a developmental. Even in development, how do I tie up two tools? How do I integrate two tools? Is there any different way of tying up so that efficiency would be improved, effectiveness would be improved, right? Can I bring it to a level of Android-based programming also? So in that way, if you can think of, then I'm sure you will contribute something which bridges up the existing gap between what is expected by the users and what is the technology ability. There is always a gap. The technology provides something and user expectation is something. There is always a gap. That's what I call it as a semantic gap. There are basically three levels of semantic gaps in machine learning. Number one, at the level of feature extraction, feature representation. And the other one at the level of proximity establishment, at the level of classification. In each level, we have considerably a big gap called semantic gap. Any sincere, a small attempt towards reducing that existing gap between the ability of a computing technology today and user expectation could be a wonderful research contributions. Of course, most of the times when I interact with a researcher or a faculty member, several of them end up saying that I want to contribute something to the society. Please take it from me, as long as you are a researcher. Instead of thinking of contributing something to the society, please think of some research which contributes to your life first, which contributes to your upliftment, which contributes to bringing in some great patience in you so that you become a good human, human being, good mankind. Any research should make you knowledgeable. Any research should make you humble, right? Of course, that doesn't mean that you have to bend your head and salute everybody. No. Humbleness is not that. Humbleness is something. You should end up being a king of your area of research, right? If you work on some feature selection, if you spend about 3 to 4 years in the field of feature selection, then ultimately by the end of 4th year, you should be the king of that field, right? Like a lion, a king of forest. Initially, I had to read a lot. You don't know anything, you are like a donkey. But I don't want the donkey continue to be donkey forever. Soon after completion of 4th year research, 5-year research, the donkey is expected to be turn over to be a lion-like animal, so that you become a king of your area of research. My area of research is this, in that I am the king. Given is an opportunity to talk on your research topic, you should continue talking. You should have that confidence of talking on the research field that you worked on. Then I say that research has contributed to you, that has made you a researcher. Look, during your PhD, you are not strictly speaking a researcher, you are a research student. You are into training. Your supervisor is to give you a better training. Your supervisor is to facilitate your training process so that you pick up good knowledge and good mathematical ability, so that one day you become a king of that area, so that you can then contribute towards society. So that's what we are going to concentrate, especially when you are a researcher. Please think of contributing something to your life, so that you will see a big change in you. What you were earlier to your research, what you are after your research. If you do the difference should be considerably big. I mean, A was your status, your authority on the subject, your knowledge on the subject, right? Your ability in the subject, your confidence in the subject, the way in which you used to address the people before PhD, and now the way in which you are addressing, the authority with which you speak to others on the topic of your interest. When compared to the previous, let's say B minus A should be considerably big. The difference should be considerably big. Then I say something is really has come into your body, into your personality. Once you are such a person, I'm sure you can see that you will have your own team. The team will contribute to the society. And especially in Indian scenario, please think of taking up a problem related to agricultural sciences and see that the technology is taken to the agricultural sciences, right? And don't give away any research idea by ignoring it. I'm sure Indian students are really good in thinking and exploring, coming out with good ideas. But unfortunately, on the other hand, including supervisors myself, we are so hurrying going with a counter number game. We want to publish as many papers as possible, as soon as possible, whatever it may be. Maybe in local journal, maybe in local conference, and even including paid journals. I heard of supervisors insisting the students to communicate paper to the paid journal, so that by the end of this year, I will have 2 publications in my budget. I will have 3 number in my budget. Please don't go with a number game. That will not pay you anything. Be with a great patience. Wait for good results. Tabulate them in a better way. Document them. Learn how to document with a good linguistic quality. Please, it's my advice. Before you learn the methods of machine learning, before you pick up the mathematics of machine learning, I wish you pick up writing English. However good you are in oral English, that doesn't matter. That doesn't count at all. What is really required is a good linguistic knowledge, especially for documenting your ideas of research. Once you are good in generating ideas, unless you publish it in a better journal, better place, you will not have any reward. You will not have any report, right? So please see that you pick up a good documentation style and learn how to do research, better research, and then think of contributing something first to your life and then to your surroundings, then go with a higher version. So initially, as long as you are a research, pursuing research, feel that you are a student, you are into training, pick up the good training, and then go. It's like, machine learning only, yourself learning that, right? So, but English is very important. Mathematics knowledge is, and most of the research, including myself, I am telling you, when I tell my students, pick up good English, nobody concentrates on it. Hesitate. Because I have done my master's, and Guru sir is now telling me to practice English. Please. Even whenever I sit in my office, the book which is easily fetchable, look at, I am sitting in my office, the book which is easily fetchable is, in addition to my journals, in addition to my pattern recognition and machine learning, what is easily fetchable is English dictionary. Hope you understood, right? This is the English dictionary. I always keep it very close to me. I should not hesitate, right? And most of the research scholars hesitate learning English. Please pick up good linguistic, unless you write it in an attractive way, unless you are in a position to document it so that all readers would appreciate. You don't have a chance to publish it in better journal, but you are good researcher. Your contribution is really good, but you are not with that great patience of communicating for good journals, waiting for the reviews, and then taking it a step by step. But we always go with some paid journals, and especially in India, in every street of every city, there are many publishers. Unfortunate. Don't compromise. Don't ever go with them. Don't play a number game against quality of research. And you are a really good researcher, I'm sure everybody, but only patience. Research requires patience. Patience is the only thing which you have got to practice during research, right? I'm sure this FDP program, in addition to giving you all techniques, mathematics of machine learning, also has given you some opportunities to see the patience in the minds of speakers, right? Perhaps you must have seen such patience in almost all the speakers. So hope every speaker must have been an inspiring personality for you people. I'm sure down the line, all of you will have some reputation, not because of you are a son of your father, not because of you are a son-in-law of your, father-in-law, but because of your own research, right? So contributing to rising up to that level of personality, perhaps, is what is called a research. So I'm sure this FDP helped you a lot, and you will make use of whatever you learned during the last 1 week to mold yourself to be a better researcher with a great patience. I wish you all success in future. And once again, congratulating all the members of this FDP organizing committee for their wonderful effort, right? Congratulations, and thank you one and all for giving me an opportunity to address as a part of this valedictory function. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable and suggestion feedbacks. So as per the request from one of our participants, they are ready to give one suggestion and feedback. So I request the participant to give her suggestions.
Good afternoon, professors.
Good
First of
afternoon.
all, I would like to thank you all for the entire team of PACE team for organizing such a wonderful STTP for 6 days with eminent speakers, and also sessions content was very relevant and well presented. I can say overall excellent workshop and gained a brief insight on clustering, classification, feature selection, and deep learning, which is considered on the machine learning on societal applications. So we gained a lot of knowledge, and great speakers motivated us and inspired us to do a better research in a best direction with patience. As Guru said, to gain a lot of knowledge, we have to work with patience in PhD. So we need a lot of patience to gain knowledge. So today is the last day. We successfully completed a 6-day workshop. So special thanks to the great speakers like Professor D.S. Guru sir, Nagendra Swami sir, Nagbhushan sir, Dinesh sir, etc. Thanks again overall for providing me an opportunity to give a valuable feedback on STTP, and also I'll be very happy to be a part of this FDP. Thanks again, all professors and the entire team of PSE and AICTE provided this opportunity for all of us to join and gain a lot of knowledge. Thank you. Myself, sorry, I couldn't. Myself, Shweta MD. I am working as an assistant professor in Anand Sagar College of Engineering, Bangalore. Thank you all, professors.
Thank you, madam, for your valuable feedback. So I now request Dr. Ramesh MK, Vice Principal, PR College of Engineering, Mangaluru, to address our participant. Over to Dr. Ramesh MK.
Respected dignitaries within the institute, outside the institute. It's a great privilege for me to address this gathering. Not attend, am I audible? Hello. In fact, I could not attend the inaugural session. Few observations regarding this FDP is the topic itself, machine learning for societal applications. We have learned in our school days that the necessity is the mother of invention. So 100 years back, when the world broke out to the Spanish flu, 50 years back to the Vietnam War, 20 years back, the internet revolution, then the Twin Towers attack. Now in the year 2020, towards this pandemic, all these challenges actually has opened the doors for technological interference in a better way for the benefit of the humanity. As the title of this FDP suggests, that is the machine learning for societal applications. In addition to the points given by Guru sir and the previous speakers, one point what I would like to add is, one is the technology. For example, here the technology is the machine learning. Here the technology is the machine learning. So your algorithms, etc., your pattern recognition, image recognition, whatever it may be, that is one part of it. But the second part, which is major, is the how well you can fit this technology for solving a problem. So in that, the first stage is identifying a problem. For example, my observation, it stands for correction. That is, when this pandemic happened, we had few parallel things to address. The first thing was curbing the spread of this pandemic. That was one thing. The safety of our people. That was one thing. But the second thing is the process in curbing this pandemic, the impact that it is going to have on the economy. Whether these two things were taken parallelly is a question mark. Maybe from country to country, some of the countries might have given due importance to the two things, but some countries might have given importance to the first part and not to the second. So this is a role where we people, technocrats, technicians, technologists, with our technology, with our forecasting, with our tools, how we can interfere and have a more broader perspective of the problem, have a data with us, proper data with us. For example, when I travel to my native, the Google map tell me the way which I should take with the least traffic. Similarly, the data what you are having from the sector of the health science, the patients, what are the parameters you should study on them. From the economist, whether from this pandemic, whether we can have a close association with all the stakeholders, what are the problems that have arisen, and how we can reduce the impact of it. This is basically a big challenge before us as in the field of technology. That is, as everybody knows, the interdisciplinary research. Here it comes the importance of the interdisciplinary research. So what I suggest, because most of us are teachers and researchers, we should focus on this, collect the data from all the available resources, make a good model, forecast, and present it to the society in a way that there is a balance with minimum impact on the life of the people. this is something what I feel, just like when the September 9/11 attack happened, there was a more focus on the security part. Similarly, after this pandemic, the technology has to be used in such a way that whenever in the future something happens, we have to interfere in a more productive way to decrease the impact of these things on the society. So as Guru Sir has told about, to add to it, identifying the problem, learning the technology to solve the problem, solving the problem, documenting it, presenting it. These are the various stages as a researcher, as a teacher, as a person in the society we should have. And we will use all our resources. For example, our own research, identifying the potential students, identifying some local problems, using the technology to solve it. And I hope that this FDP, from the feedback what I received now, and from the sessions, the topics, what I understand is a very well balanced and with a very good topic, very well crafted, presented by well resourceful people, will of course give a very big boon to the participants to think in this direction and really make machine learning for societal application. I wish the coordinators, especially Dr. Sharmila Madam and her team, who has strived very hard in the successful completion of this program, as Guru Sir has told, and conducting an online program, keeping the participants totally alive is not a small thing. It's a great achievement. I congratulate the whole team, principal, the management, the resource people, the participants for being the part of this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your support and words of confidence. I now request Dr. Sarfraz J. Hashim, Director, Academics, PAET Institution, to address our participant. Over to Dr. Sarfraz, sir.
Thank you, Saif. Rest of the function by DS Guru, Senior Professor Hiram sir, the Vice Principal, the Principal, Dean, HOD, coordinators, and more importantly, the participants of this 6-day online short-term training program on machine learning for societal applications. Good afternoon to you all. The topic chosen for the STTP itself is really inspiring. And as all the speakers mentioned, whatever we learn, whatever the technology that has been developed has to be used to the society at large. So keeping this in mind, Dr. Sharmila and her team has given this team is really motivating too. So already machine learning and AI has contributed a lot to the society, but we are in the fast changing digital world. Unless we update with the latest trends, we will become obsolete. The NLP, that is the natural language processing, will break the linguistic barriers in conversational artificial intelligence, and research is going on to figure out a way to map the brain simulation on a computer. We should be ready with the knowledge and skills such as mathematics and statistics, the Python, the database related languages, machine learning algorithms, deep learning, speech processing, data visualization, problem solving skills, and many more. AI and ML has achieved new heights in augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, extended reality, holographic. I remember the words of Mr. Jack Ma of Alibaba saying, next 30 years will be painful as the machine language will take away our jobs if we are not creative and innovative enough. But nothing to worry. Even though machines are smart and intelligent, we are blessed with the wisdom. With this wisdom, we can do anything that we desire and aspire. And only with burning desire, we can become successful in this venture. I'm sure that this 6-day STTP has explored your mind to think in different directions and to innovate more in this area. And more importantly, this pandemic has forced us to get connected to the world through online platform and use the digital technology to its maximum. And every difficulty is a blessing to us. And this pandemic has opened all the sense organs to explore the new possibility, and we are doing it. And I congratulate all the participants for sparing your valuable time to learn new concepts, and I really appreciate your efforts to focus on the emerging technology. I thank Dr. Sharmila Kumari Madam and her dedicated team for taking up this initiative and making it a success. I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to speak during this valedictory program. May Almighty bless us all, and I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom and encouragement. I request Dr. Zahid Ansari, one of the resource person of this 6-day STTP program and Dean Research of PA College of Engineering, to address our participant. Over to Dr. Zahid Ansari, sir.
Good afternoon, all the dignitaries present over here, the chief guest of this program, Dr. Guru, the president of this ceremony, Principal, PA College of Engineering, other senior professors, Vice Principal, PACE, Director Academics, other faculty members, Dr. Sharmila Kumari, HOD Computer Science, other faculty members. I feel privileged and honored to be part of this workshop as a resource person also and as a participant also. I congratulate Dr. Sharmila Kumari for organizing such a wonderful workshop, so much informative and useful right from the first day till the last day. In various sessions, there are lots of things to take over. From the very first day itself, we got lots of ideas, and every day we were getting more and more ideas, including today from Dr. Guru, we got so many ideas. So now it is up to the participants that whatever ideas we have collected so far, and in that direction, whatever more we can think of, now we need to think that how can we apply it and how can we implement it in order to solve the societal problems. That is very, very important. If we think the ideas we got, right? Now from where to start? So in each session, we found something. The very first day itself, we learned how to get the data, how to prepare the data. And on the fourth day, the very wonderful session of Dr. Guru, even I learned so many things about this feature evaluation and selecting the feature selection, right? We learned so many filters, we learned so many wrappers and the integrated techniques using the filters and wrappers. There was a lot for us to pre-process our data. So much mathematical details about various modeling in the neural network, especially on the, I think, day 4, Dr. T. Nagabhushan. The mathematical description of the neural network, the single layer perceptron, multi-layer perceptron, and the self-organizing map. In fact, I got benefited from the self-organizing map. I used to work on clustering, but the mathematical details and the visualization of self-organizing map, what was presented on that day, that was wonderful, right? So every day, like that, we heard dimensionality reduction from Dr. Shekhar on one of the days. So many classification techniques, clustering techniques. So it's time there to collect all these pieces and start going on our working on our research, right? It is very, very important. And while taking a problem, we should think of 25 years from now. We have to solve the current problems. At the same time, we should choose an area. We should not get saturated soon. Rather, we should be able to work on that. And after completing PhD, even we should guide the PhD in that particular direction, right? So it was very useful. So I congratulate Dr. Sharmila Kumari and the team, the coordinators, Professor Hafiz, Professor Ganesh Bhai, Professor Saifuddin, the whole computer science department, the supporting staff, right? And management of the college, principal, vice principal, and the other professors from where we got the guidance, Dr. Shekhar, Dr. Guru, and the other professors. I thank to all of them. And with this, I take a leave. There are lots of things to do. सितारों से आगे जहां और भी हैं, अभी इश्क के इम्तिहान और भी हैं, मैं कहाँ रुकता हूँ अर्शो फर्श की आवाज से, मुझको जाना है बहुत ऊंचा हदे परवाज से. So there is no limit. We can do a lot in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable feedback and words of wisdom. I now request Dr. Abdul Sharif, Principal, PA College of Engineering, to deliver the presidential remark. Over to Principal, Dr. Abdul Sharif.
Morning to all. Good afternoon to all. Dr. D.S. Guru, eminent academicians and researcher, and a very elderly person, my senior, Dr. Prakash Hiremat, Dr. Sharmila Kumari, participants, other faculty members, faculty members from other colleges and our colleges. All have spoken about the topic. Topic is chosen very well. And very first day itself, I thought it will be successful. One of the reason is overwhelming response for this STTP. That means nearly 200 participants has registered across 125 institutions across India. I think this is very successful, very first day I thought. And at the end also, from the feedback from the participant, I thought it is successfully completed. Why? Because all have spoke and all the feedback we got is that is a resource person is well chosen, actually, where they are very well in their field, and they delivered, and flow was continuous. What if I say, even though I am the mechanical discipline, I can see that there is a flow of the workshop, that is a topic chosen in series. It is a very good, and in this COVID situation, it is unfortunate we could not meet each other. It is only we are meeting at online. I think that is the one disadvantage is online. Actually, physical mode is required at least to interact with each other, to know each other. Now, what we can see is only online. In this COVID mission learning, I think this is a buzzword, and it is advancing every day. That is the reason why that is the STTP is that is a short-term training program workshop is very much required to update the technological advancement in the various fields. I think I wish that this workshop benefited a lot to the participants, and they will take this, and all STTP or workshop will give only outline. The main important thing is on this outline, participant has to work on this. They have to choose it. That is a small area, what they learn, and they have to work on well on that. And as Dr. S. Guru rightly pointed out, that is research should not be only for academic. It should benefit the society. It should benefit the society, should be in keeping your mind. It should be only for the namesake, this many research paper. I think what I can see, some are telling I published a 10 or 20. Quality of the research paper is very much needed. in this COVID situation, I think Dr. Ramesh rightly pointed out that earlier, that is whenever the war is happening, that security is important. Now, security, health security is a very important. I think machine learning has to expand has to be expanded to the health sciences. It should be interdisciplinary. It should be interdisciplinary. Again, that is already it is entered into health sciences, that the medical sciences, and the correlation between engineering and computer science. Computer science is not only confined to only computer science engineering students. Computer science is expanded to all other disciplines, and machine learning and IoT and artificial intelligence is very much required for other engineering discipline, also mechanical. Our Vice Chancellor, our VTU Vice Chancellor, I think 2-3 meetings, he told that our mechanical engineering and civil engineering should be expanded with, should be combined with computer science, machine learning, and IoT things. I think in the coming days, I think definitely he will introduce, that is IoT, machine learning for civil engineering and mechanical engineering. I think in medical field also, they have to introduce, that is machine learning and that is the IoT and all other advanced technology, that is engineering technology, so that identification, diagnosis of disease will be very easy, and I think solution also will be we receive in that. I think computer science will do, and computer science is an important branch actually nowadays. I wish that all the participants had participated in the concentration. And they will take to their institution and they will deliver to their students. And my appeal to all the faculty members, that is the participants, most of them are faculty members, that is they have to look into students' perspective also. In earlier days, when we were studying, that is, it is not customized teaching. Now, your teaching should be customized. You have to identify the problems of the students, and nowadays, the nuclear family, that is not macro family. That is the difference between earlier and parents were not pampering that much. Actually, that atmosphere they are coming, when they are coming to the college, different atmosphere they are coming, and faculty members has to identify their problems, their background and all, and they have to do customized teaching and counsel them very well, the upliftment of the students, because students ultimately, that is the future for India, our country, and our globe. With this message, I will conclude my presidential address. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your presidential remark. We can reach great heights with your constant guidance and support. Thank you. Dear participant, please note, the valedictory program will be followed by a mandatory submission of feedback and quiz form to obtain the e-certificate. So I request all participants not to leave the meeting room, as feedback and quiz form will be shared only after the valedictory function. Thank you. I would like to express my profound gratitude to today's chief guest, resource person, Dr. D.S. Guru, professor in the Department of Computer Science, University of Mysore, one of the eminent academician and researcher, for sparing his valuable time with his inspiring words. We are grateful to you, sir, for your gracious presence with your dynamic and motivating words to all of us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I also would like to thank Professor Prakash S. Hiremark, sir, for gracing the occasion and for his inspirational words. I also would like to thank our beloved chairman in his absence, Dr. P.A. Ibrahim Haji, PAET, who is playing a vital role with his constant support in all the activities of our institution under the PAET. Thank you, sir. I take this opportunity to record our gratitude to our Executive Director, Mr. Abdullah Ibrahim, for his support and guidance to all of us. I would like to thank people behind the success of this program, our beloved principal, vice principal, director academics, dean research, principals of sister institution, director MBA, heads of the various departments for their support to conduct this program. I would like to give a special thanks to all the resource persons for spending their valuable time and sharing their knowledge in the field of machine learning. Dr. P. Nagabhushan, Director, IIT Allahabad, UP, Dr. N. Harivinod, HOD, VCET, Puttur, Dr. Zaid Sir, Dean Research, PA College of Engineering, Mangaluru, Dr. B. S. Shekhar, Professor, Department of Studies and Research in Computer Science, Mangaluru University, Dr. D. S. Guru, Professor, Department of Studies in Computer Science, University of Mysore, Dr. T. Nagabhushan, Principal and Dean, JSS Science and Technology University, and Dr. R. Dinesh, Research Scientist, Samsung and R&D, Bangalore, and Dr. Nagendra Swamy, Associate Professor, Department of Studies in Computer Science, University of Mysore, and also the research scholar Guish and Ibrahim for their hands-on session in neural network. And also a special thank to Dr. Palakshappa, HOD, Department of Civil Engineering, for his timely help in conducting this STTP program. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated, dedicated professors and a team of research scholars who know their responsibility and are result-oriented. I extend my sincere gratitude to conveyor of this STTP program and our HOD, Computer Science of Engineering, Dr. Sharmila Kumari, for her continuous guidance and making sure for the smooth conduction of this program, thereby successfully completing this AICTE-sponsored 6 days STTP program. Staff coordinators of this program, Professor Ganesh, Professor Hafiz MK, Professor Saifuddin, for their overall support in conducting this program, and technical committee members, faculty members, research scholars, technical and supporting staff like Arun sir, Hamza sir, Ashwini madam, Bini madam, and Khalifa for their dedication and service. I also would like to acknowledge my gratitude to our active participant and each and everyone who have involved directly or indirectly to make this event a grand success. Thank you, one and all. Dear dignitaries, here we come to the end of the valedictory ceremony of this short-term training program.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I shall leave now, Dr. Sharmila.
Yes, sir. Next we are moving into test and feedback session.
Thank you.
I will meet you all next.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, participants. Feedback and quiz link will be shared just now. That is.
We can leave, no, madam?
Yes, sir. Yes,
sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Sharmila madam. I'll leave.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank
you all.
Participants, feedback and quiz link is shared in both YouTube as well as Zoom chat window. Kindly give the feedback and quiz, which is a mandatory to get the e-certificate. So I thank one and all. Have a happy weekend.
Thank you. Thank you, one and all.